Good morning, everyone. How is everybody doing this morning? Early on a Sunday morning. It's easy like Sunday morning. That's what we like to say around here. Oh, still got bed beard. I tried to brush it out. But apparently, it's just not, it's at that uncooperative stage. I hope everybody's doing good this morning. Thank you so much for joining me for the I guess the now more frequent stage of reason. I'm popping my breakfast juice. They don't pay for sponsorship on this channel, but I do love them. Oh man, just getting warmed up, getting ready to go. Let's see who we've got in the live chat this morning. I see Raven Darkstar was early. Good to see you, Raven. Thanks so much for being here. Turing Test 2 as well. Greetings. And Stevens, hello. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. Bellywood as well. Good to see you. Javers, because I like the schedule. Gets me through my last day of work every week. Nice. Glad I could be of assistance there. Andrew O is there. Good to see you, Andrew. God damn, my beard is like way off. It's getting too mighty for my face. I have to wait for it to grow out so that the weight starts pulling it down. Good to see you. Bob Nodell's Gyroscope, good to see you. Spin on, good friend. Joseph, good to see you as well. It says, can space be without limit, but material be limited in divisibility, oh wise one? Can space be without limit, but material be limited in divisibility? Material being that which is composed of matter, matter being basically transposed energy. So the energy in and of itself, I think that there are competing hypotheses as to whether or not these things are effectively infinite in nature, as far as space and energy itself. So it might be a question for deeper minds, for I guess more learned minds than mine. But I'm of the mind that there are states that begin and end for the system in and of itself, but the system itself is effectively infinite. Or you could say eternal, but like I said in my last video, eternal is a bit of a more of a philosophical scoped attribute, given that it's pretty much relegated to duration, whereas infinite is about the fundamental nature of a thing. So, but I think that ultimately, when it comes down to it, I think the jury is still out. And it may, for the span of human existence, may always be out. But but I know that there are competing hypotheses. Wrote an last name. Good to see you. It says, begin the parade of morons for my entertainment. Oh yes, we're gonna try. We're gonna see what the morning brings. See how many believers want to hang out here instead of go to their church and be further brainwashed. I killed Earl. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. The weirdo, hello. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. Let's see. Ozitadormalon, good to see you. Thank you so much. Big fan of the show. I do appreciate that support. Thank you very, very much. And Davey G says, I bet the God of the Gaps fallacy and personal incredulity are going to be used as proof of God's existence. It gets used a lot. Those fallacies get used a bunch. They really, really do. Lowly One says, I may dip out around noon for about 10 minutes to get a drink. You do so. Keep yourself hydrated. It's very, very good. Yes, Earl, I do love that intro music. See, Atomic Punk is here. Good to see you, Atomic Punk. Professor Hizzle as well says, hey, all. Good to see you, Professor Hizzle. Let me see. Who else do we have here? Good Morning, Vietnam. Oh, I love that movie. Robin Williams, such a loss. Still, to this day, still a loss. Mystique is lurking. Good to see you, Tina. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thank you, Ejil. I do appreciate that. That's an I love you like Parker gets. That makes me feel good. Thank you so much. Yes, the weekly episode. We have moved the Stage of Reason from once a month to it's looking like a weekly event. So I hope that y'all enjoy this. The last week, as I mentioned, I had to give my thanks to all of you. Y'all made the performance of the last Stage of Reason the best it's ever been in a while. So I couldn't have done that without y'all. You guys showed up. You guys, the people came into the chat. You asked questions. We had some good conversations. So thank you. So that it completely justified it, because I was a little concerned. I left politics server and I was like, I don't know if it's going to be If the awareness is going to be there, or the audience is going to be there, but you guys showed up, and it was awesome. It was way better than I expected. Andrew could tell you. Andrew was talking to me afterwards. And I was kind of like, "Oh, this is amazing." So you guys rock, So definitely, the more frequent stages, and definitely more reason. More reason, less drama and less bullshit. So I'll throw that out there. Just less drama, more bullshit, because we like to have the conversations here, and the people who come up on the stage is one thing that really struck me. People don't have to worry about getting clipped here. My goal is not to farm clips. If somebody does something clip worthy, someone else somewhere, if they watch this, they can clip that. But my goal has never been to farm clips. It always felt very skeevy to me, just to like try and set somebody up to get them to either say something or crash out. I know that people do crash out, but to set them up to do that always seemed really crass and very low tier. It's like I may as well just go out in the street and just pick a fight with somebody. It's just kind of silly. So I like to at least have conversations, as evidenced by the fact that the weirdness is your beard looks like a beard. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. But thank you, Javers. I appreciate that. He says the only reason he was on politics was to watch Stage of Reason. So thank you very much, Javers. I appreciate that very much. Doremo 10, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I will have to say this. I brought Grace Thorpe onto the stage last week, and I was hesitant at first, given my prior actions, my prior interactions with Grace and with Ben. And so I didn't, because I didn't know how it was going to go. And I know that I had Andrew was on here. And so I wasn't sure 100% how it was going to play out, but keeping the individuals down to like trying to keep the stage streamlined gave us a lot more control as to the flow. We could easily move back and forth, and I will say that it was a comedy. It was much easier to have the conversation, and then Grace to a much greater extent, Ben to a slightly lesser extent, but both of them were actually more well behaved than I've seen them in the past. But I'm looking back, I attribute that to the kind of chaos that was the mentality behind stages, where people are just looking to farm shit for the lulls and not really at all interested. They're interested in money. They're interested in the lulls and the farm and the rage baiting and the rageonomics for the clicks and views and the money. Whereas that's not something that I need to worry about. It's not something that I need to focus my day on. So I'm not worried about the next $1 that's coming in. So I can stop, we can chill, we can have a conversation, and it can go a lot better. And the pressure wasn't on Grace and Ben, because the stage wasn't putting the pressure on them. And so it turned out a lot better than I anticipated. And I was really, really pleased about that, because I think that with Grace, we made some headway. Things got a little chaotic once Ben, because I really didn't want to bring two people on at the same time. But, it was towards the end of the stream, wound up lasting an hour. But it went a lot better than I thought it was going to, which is a good thing, which I think it was a really, really positive response, I guess, a positive outcome to the way I've set up the stage and the way I want to run it. So, and I have y'all to thank for that. Y'all made that happen. So I appreciate that very, very much. Says Earl says, do not cut it. I don't plan to. I have to trim around the mustache. I have to trim the mustache, because if I don't, it gets long and it gets into my mouth when I'm eating, and it's really annoying. So this gets trimmed just to keep it here, So I do have to trim the stash, but the beard, I haven't really needed to cut it yet. So I don't plan to, but let's see. Who else do we have here? Lonely one, see you, good to see you. Andrew says, don't need to clip when we put the whole show up. Context is damning all by itself. That's true. The whole thing is up. I don't hide the live streams behind members only stuff. I make it accessible to anybody. Then you're good to go. Atomic Punk says, unless you debate Minar, then you can't control the clips. This is true. There are a few individuals that I wouldn't bring up on stage. Minar may be one of them because it'll just wind up lasting way too long and nothing will ever get said because it'll just be chaos. I'm familiar enough with enough names, the people that come on these stages, that I can avoid certain situations. But slowly but surely we'll figure it out. Professor Hizzle, that's really good to hear. Yeah, thank you very much, Hizzle. Very appreciated. Who else do we have? I still want Grace to wipe that line between human versus animal, where certain attributes were allocated to human as though they didn't exist in the animal kingdom. Right. And I was actually thinking about that. There was actually a major point that popped into mind, Andrew, about, and Andrew's hanging on the backstage real quick. I'm gonna bring him up here pretty soon. But it was the idea that is a person who dedicates their life virtually, because let me set this up. I was reading Emile Zola, and one of Zola's like mantras, like the mantra of his life, was never a day without a line written. I'm like, so that man was a writer. He was a journalist. He was a novelist. He wrote short stories. The guy was he was a prolific writer. So I was sitting there thinking about it, but the only way he could be like the prolific writer that he was for the things that we have to worry about on a day-to-day survival basis are taken care of. Now, Zola wasn't born into money. He wasn't like ultra poor either. He had to work. He had to work to begin with, and he had to get his name out there. And he did the shit jobs, working, like basic stuff, doing writing for, until finally his writing started taking off. So he busted his ass as a writer every single day. He's like, not a day goes by without a line written. But I'm thinking about it like, is a person who's able to dedicate their life to being a writer, who has the freedom to dedicate themselves to being a writer, is that person any more of a writer than an individual who is forced to spend most of their time trying to survive, and only in those brief moments, maybe like a couple hours a week or maybe a couple hours every couple of weeks, gets the opportunity to write something down? Which one of them is more of a writer in that respect? If like the entire, like if the breadth of a person's existence is dedicated towards simply keeping themselves and the people around them alive, hunting, gathering, building, whatever, maintaining shelter, fighting off enemy, whatever like this, that like it's a constant struggle. But in those brief moments where nothing is going on and they have some time to themselves, they decide to commit thought to stone or papyrus or whatever, and that's what they do. Say every couple of weeks or maybe a couple times a month, I get a moment, I get a couple of hours where I can just dedicate myself to this, and that's the thing that brings them joy outside of the daily struggles of their life. And so who's more of a writer? Move it to painting, move it to poetry, move it to stargazing, whatever someone decides to dedicate their life to. Does the amount of time that you commit to it, is that an arbitrary mechanism or an arbitrary metric by how much you are that thing? And I don't think it is. So I would say that trying to trying to like slap this arbitrary metric on it to try and with the sole intent of elevating human beings, like this kind of like human exceptionalism, elevating human beings above animals, simply because we have the ability to safeguard our own survival to a degree that we can dedicate more time to the things that we like and enjoy, and personally fulfill us. That doesn't make us any better. We just control our environments to the degree that we can do that. But 100,000 years ago, it wasn't like that. So something that popped in there that kind of like, dawned on me while I was thinking about that conversation later on. I know I'm rambling right now. Let me see. Turing Test 2, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Oh, and Turing Test has been a member of the Godless Army for 54 months. 54 months. You are so close to the big badge, to the big channel badge. You truly are. Thank you so much, bud. I appreciate that. May want to, dude, I still check for spiders. Wicked Pissa, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Always good to see you. 54 months. Yeah. Turing Test is rocking it. I do appreciate that support, bud. And if anybody out there is interested in becoming a member of the Godless Army, it's 99 cents a month. It's what I pretty much value my content at. And you get access to all the cool custom emojis that I've made for you. The more channel members we get, the more emojis we can unlock. There are more emojis coming, more emojis I've already have made, but they haven't been unlocked yet. So we just have that. So yeah, that's what you get. And I don't really do, I only put it at 99 cents a month, as kind of like, the trade-off there. I don't really do like members only content, and I don't lock anything behind a paywall either. So you don't have to pay to be a member to get content. So it's just pretty much as if you want. If you want the emojis, if you want to do that cool stuff, awesome, great. That helps to support me. But if you can't or you don't want to, you don't have to. Your being here in the live chat is more than enough, is sufficient. And I do appreciate that to everybody here. Andrew O says, I also judge fish by their ability to climb trees. Oh, those poor fish that think they're so stupid. BV, good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Vesta Frey, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss nobody. I did not. Awesome. Cool. I think I got everyone. Well, to anybody who I haven't said hi to, who hasn't said hello in the chat, I appreciate you being here. Hermeneutics, Hermeneutics is here. Good to see you. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Long time no see. So I think right now, Rib Tickler, good day to you. Good day to you. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. So before we get things started, just letting everybody know, if there do happen to be any, the lowly one for the $10 super chat, 10 freedom dollars. Ugh, I do freedom dollars. But thank you so much, lowly one, for that support. So shut up and take my money. I do appreciate that. Thank you for that support. While we are in conversations, when we have people up here, if super chats or super thanks or any membership milestones come in, those will get starred to the side. I won't miss them, so I will have a record of them, so I can go back and talk to them when we have an off moment. So I do appreciate all that support. You guys rock. It helps to keep this channel, as Professor Plink says, motoring along. But if there are any believers in the chat, or anybody who is interested in talking to an atheist or a non-believer about what they, about why we believe what we believe, or what we have, or if you have questions, or if you have evidence you want to present for a God that you believe in, I'd love to hear that. The link is pinned up at the top of the chat. You can click that. It'll join here. It'll bring you into the back room, and we'll go ahead and, it's a liminal space, and we'll go ahead and do a quick security check, make sure all is good, so we don't want any craziness happening on the stream, and then we'll bring you up and we can have a chat. So feel free to click the link. That's what we're looking for. Evidence, argumentation, whatever you got, or if you have questions about that. Pretty much we talk about all topics here. I know politics is a little gross right now, especially what's going on in the Middle East. Everybody's kind of waiting with bated breath to see what happens. It's not great. But, this is the chaos that we are currently faced with. Hopefully nothing more horrifically insane goes down before the midterms. I will say this: I think it's quite hilarious that Russia has come out that Russia has come out to condemn the U.S. and Israel's actions in Iran and the attack on Iran, and have said that it's a violation of international law, and they've calling Israel and the U.S. out. Russia is, which is just a level of irony that I don't think has been seen since post-Civil War Russia, since Lenin, which is just hilarious. If nobody's, and I know that a lot of you probably are, but that struck me, immediately came to mind when I heard that, because in post-Civil War Russia, Lenin's hardcore socialist policies, the extreme socialist policies that he put in place, tanked the economy, led to food riots and a bunch of other stuff. So in order to salvage the Russian economy, he had to institute capitalistic policies in order to get in order to revitalize the country, which I think is just hilarious. Not to mention, it was about overthrowing it was about basically depowering the bourgeoisie in favor of the proletariat. But if the proletariat's in charge, the problem was the vast majority of the proletariat were deeply uneducated, and so you needed to install a select group of bourgeoisie people in order to maintain maintain control and stability of government logistics and like that, which is just hilarious to me. So, but yeah, a bunch of iron. Russia just can't stop being ironic. They just can't. I don't even know if they're aware of it now. Maybe self-awareness isn't even a word. It's not even a phrase in Russian. Yes, that is rich coming from Russia, Bob. It absolutely is. Ollie Man is here. Good to see Ollie Man. It says elbows up, Canada. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And let me see. Sure didn't miss anything. Nope, I think we're good. Oh, hermeneutics, glad. Good to hear that your travels went well. All right. Well, I do have a guest, and that is Andrew O, who is in the back. We'll bring up Andrew.
Howdy.
1 second. Blap, there you are.
Ooh, I got real estate.
Yes, you did. So, yeah, I found that to be interesting. After that conversation, I was like, because they were talking about, but we can choose meaning for our lives, and we can dedicate our things to the things that we love, and we can make these choices. Animals can't do that. I'm like, well, hang on a second. Let me think about this. What is it that designates what a painter is? Someone who paints for the love of doing it. Someone who creates or does something for the love of it. Now, obviously, chimpanzees can't out in the wild can't paint paintings. They can't they can't do astronomical observations and shit like that. But we do see small rudimentary things that certain social species do. They find different ways of playing. They come up with different games, which are very rudimentary in their development, and often are quite often are not often repeated. But we do know that things are done and knowledge is passed down generationally. How many of them learn, especially in the major primate groups. So I was thinking about it, it was a weird distinction to try and elevate human beings above animals by designating this, when it really comes down to how much free time you have to be able to dedicate your things to this stuff, and if you're fighting it, if survival is an hourly goal, can you really dedicate your life to something? If you're constantly struggling every day, to make sure that your offspring and make sure that people are fed and make sure that things are fair and make sure things are balanced, and, you're on the watch out for, if you're constantly surviving every moment. I was thinking in a zombie apocalypse, human beings are running around all, just, looking for food, looking for water, trying to avoid the dead, trying to avoid other crazy people, trying to find shelter. Then what are people really dedicating their lives to? Can you say that anybody has chosen a purpose for themselves? What is your purpose? What is the purpose? What does a person decide is their purpose when they're fighting tooth and nail to survive every day? Is there a purpose to survive every day? Okay, so is it really just about what you're trying to accomplish, or is it about how much time you spend doing it? And it seemed to be an extremely arbitrary distinction that I think that they were bringing up just to try and elevate humans above the animal distinction.
Yeah, could it be a thing? Does it have to be, for instance, a long-term goal? Does it have to be there's a specific objective to say that you've achieved a thing versus, well, if it's just a thing I do every day, now I've trivialized it.
Right. Okay. That's an excellent point. Does it become trivial if you do it every single day? You just keep churning out shit every single day. Well, does that make it trivial, or is it more important if you dedicate the few bits of free time you have to doing it? Does that make it somehow better? And this all came off so freaking when I was these are thoughts I have in the shower. I'm literally you jump in the shower after my workout, or I'm on the treadmill and I have these thoughts. I jump in the shower and I have these thoughts, and I'm kind of once I was down there, it was wow, that was totally arbitrary. It meant nothing. It was just I'm going to make up this distinction that applies to us simply because of how we've managed to maintain control of our environment to the degree. So it allows us to do something that other animals can't. But I was yeah, but if a meteor hit tomorrow, there'd be a serious lack of dedicated painters left in the world.
I think it's time for a radical priority reorganization.
such things do have a way of reorganizing priorities on a global scale. I'm trying to imagine, like, after the Toba eruption 70,000 years ago, is like how that kind of reprioritized humanity. Humanity was like, oh, maybe we need to focus on some other shit right now. So, yeah, reorganization of priorities, very, very good thing. Thought experiment debate. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Raven says, we do not want to know what you do in the shower. I bathe and I think. That's what I do. I bathe and I think, because that's, because I have dogs and I have stuff that I do, like this. When, it's one of the times when I can chill and I'm not working on I'm not like working on my next script, or I'm not doing something around the house. I can stop and I can think, about various shit that, that has gone on. Nothing has really happened, thought experiment. We're waiting to see if any believers want to click the link and join us on stage, talk about what they believe and why. And so that's pretty much it. So you really haven't missed anything. Just, saying a lot of great, greeting everybody that's in the chat who has said hello, and hoping everybody is doing well. And thank you. It's pretty much it. Thanking everybody for being here. So hopefully, and they'll see the title, they'll see the title of the stage, and hopefully we will get some individuals who want to come up and talk about what they believe and why. See, Thelis, yes, bathing and thinking. That is what I do. I think, I bathe while thinking, and I think about bathing, and I think while bathing. Yep. So, not often. I'm a better whistler than I am a singer. So, although Phantom of the Opera, the Phantom and the Phantom and Bon Jovi, and like the Phantom, Bon Jovi, and Aaron Lewis from Stained are pretty much my range, is where I'm at. About a tenor, That's pretty much just where I am. It's just a tenor. I don't really have that great amount of range when singing. So would I classify myself as an anti-theist? Not to the extreme degree that a lot of people think about anti-theists. I do not think that theism should be wiped out. I do hold that people should be allowed to think about things and entertain these ideas, and if I recognize the utility of religion, both on an individual and a social scale. My problem is that I am a staunch separatist in this respect. So I'm not anti-theist, but I am a hardcore separatist. I'm a hardcore secularist. And religion should have nothing to do with state governance whatsoever. Local, federal, whatever, world government, doesn't matter. Religious ideas should have nothing to do with state governance. So the two need to be kept far afield. We're talking like other sides of the, not even the same stadium. It's two different sports. And when establishing laws that, when establishing laws are meant to represent everyone equally on the basis that they are a human being, then I know that borders borders, which effectively are just, things that we put up for territory, but that should not dictate what we do. Religion muddies those waters way too much. So I'm a big time secularist, but I'm not so much an anti-theist. So not to that extent, not to that extreme extent. Atomic Punk says, personal if pushed, I would say I'm an atheist. Atheist and agnostics are that's an important conversation that we need more people who fully understand that, and we need more people who fully understand that talking about that, because it's very, very relevant. There is one person I know who was in the chat last week, who was in the chat last Sunday, who is an agnostic and knows it better than pretty much anybody. He knows it. He's been arguing from that position for like better part of 2 decades, and the problem is that we don't have enough people who know it as well talking about it that can do the kind of like, do I say the very personable approach in that respect. So agnostic DS Javers. Oh, cool. Yeah. This is different. You have a lot of different distinctions there. Well, we do have someone who clicked the link who's in the back. We'll see where this goes. So very first person up, Ben is back on the stage.
Hi, JL. How you doing?
How's it going? Did you
Good.
Did you have something new for us today, or did you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up. I did want to also say I've been interacting with other people who claim to be atheists or use that term, and I've come to understand that, like much like Catholics, there's almost like an innumerable number of sort of denominations. I think like they don't necessarily have the same positions. I was talking with a really interesting guy. I don't know if you know him, allegedly Ian, who has this idea.
I know of Ian. I don't know him personally.
Yeah, so he has this interesting. It's almost like Pythagoras. Like he believes that at the core of everything is mathematics, and he doesn't think mathematics is just a thing we do, but that we discover. You know what I mean? So I'm like, well, actually, that's sort of between because he's saying like the physical world can be reduced to mathematics. Anyways, I wanted to.
I've heard him express that. I know one of his favorite ways. Okay, so something about Ian. Ian is a software engineer by trade.
Yes,
and so the thing about Ian is that Ian finds it very, very easy, and I've noticed in a lot of his live streams, he finds it very, very easy to use mathematics as an analog to pretty much describe anything.
Yeah,
and it is a logic. Now, mathematics itself is a logic-based language. So logic being that logic being a descriptive language that describes the observations that we make. And so we take that logic and then we can derive a quantitative values for everything that we see around us. And then we use those quantitative values to describe and make predictions about reality and to express information to other people. And so he's really good at just using it as an analog to describe shit, which is why when he talks about the universe itself being identical to the wave function. And so really just good stuff like that. But he, like I said, that's where his mind goes. I
think he believes that mathematical objects have an ontology of being aside from being descriptive, which I find interesting.
If he's a Platonist, I'm not aware of that. I mean, he might be, but I didn't know if he is. Didn't know that he was.
But you know that idea, like, so like I said, like the number 2, which of course is duo in different languages, different. But he says like that exists. That is what's real. And it's not something which we come up with, but we discover. So that's like a more kind of classical. I agree with you. It's Platonistic. These objects exist outside of our minds. I don't want to speak for him, but I was like, that's interesting because
I don't hold that
physicality
they do, so.
Even reduces to mathematics.
I don't hold they do. I hold that mathematics, just like logic, it's descriptive, and its ontology is descriptive, and that human minds have devised it. And in the way that the dividing line that I find is the insertion of telos is a problem, because people ask, like, then why is the laws of then why are we able to describe the universe in the way it is? Well, that's because the universe is the way it is. But then people will ask, well, then why? Like, what intentionality? Why is the universe this way? Well, that assumes that the universe is made to be a way that can be articulated in this fashion. But that's an insertion of telos where there's no justification to insert telos. Just like we wouldn't say, why did the tornado hit this house and then bypass the one right next door and didn't even touch it? Like, why did that happen? It didn't happen for it. Like, it didn't like, oh, I'm not going to hit that house. It doesn't work that way. Just like, why does the hurricane suddenly veer off to the left and smash this city? It's kind of like, people have a tendency to try and insert telos into things in order to make, to rationalize why things happen for specific reasons. Like, people were talking about when I remember during the whole, I literally heard this. I don't know if you'll think this is nuts, but during the lead up to the last election, and I'm not trying to get political about Trump or anything like this, but it was during hurricane season. And during hurricane season, all of a sudden, they were talking about a hurricane hitting Florida. But then shortly before it did, it veered off and went further north. Now that happens all the time in the history of hurricanes. They'll come in, and sometimes they pop up the north, they pop up the coast, or sometimes they veer into the Gulf or whatever. But this time it just swung past Florida. People were thinking, "Oh, that's a sign that Florida's going to, there's going to be around to vote for Trump," and this is a sign.
Oh, right.
So they'll interpret these things in a way that kind of validates themselves.
Well, you can see connections. You can
they're not. I was saying they recognize a pattern. They can see a pattern that align, but the problem is the events align with their preconceived notion, and so therefore they derive a pattern when there actually is no pattern. So it's just pareidolia. It's just pareidolia.
Well, even within a religious sphere, like I forget who it was when AIDS came out. I don't know if you're old enough. When AIDS happened, to say, okay, well,
I was alive when they called it GRID. Yeah.
Some person said this is God's punishment for homosexuals. You have to be, even within a religious sphere, you would say, like, well, I mean, you have to be careful with that, because then you'd say that, remember that tsunami that hit 10 years ago?
The one that struck.
Why was he punishing the Asians? You know,
like 600,000 dead. Yeah.
Yeah, so
a little
hard.
Damage.
You can maybe try to do that stuff within religious. You have to be careful though, because it can. I'm saying, even when, like, this past weekend, I kind of thought, like, this blizzard that hit the East Coast, I was like, oh, I hope that focuses the American government away from this idea of attacking Iran, but obviously just delayed it by, a week. But maybe God sends things like that. I don't know, but I agree with you. It's largely like speculative, and you shouldn't draw super quick connections. But I wanted to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think theists can be crazy seeing patterns. I don't think.
Well, we all do it.
Like, I was in the theistic view.
Yeah, the human brain is a pattern recognizing machine. Right. All you have to do is look at the texture paint on your wall, and eventually you'll start seeing faces and shapes and all kinds of stuff. Your brain looks for patterns naturally.
Yes.
And so it's a survival mechanism. The problem is that when we're not focused on survival, damn near on an hourly to a daily to an hourly basis, those patterns that we seek don't really they don't serve any purpose other than it's just our brain doing what it naturally does. And so, and most of that shit happens in the background. It's like background processes. And so the problem is that if you have beliefs, if you have beliefs, your brain is running in the background looking for patterns and everything. You see all of the stimuli all the stimuli your body's taking in, but you're not like actively cognizant of, because that would drive you insane if you were. But if all of a sudden a pattern is recognized, something that matches some prior data that you have in your memory, your brain will push that forward so that you are more aware of it. Now, all of a sudden, and we call this like epiphanies, or we call them insight or whatever. But people will come up with these ideas. That's just what your brain does. Your brain's picking up on shit in the background and then said, oh, wait, this is important. And it thrusts that into the foreground of your knowledge, or foreground of your awareness. All of a sudden, you're cognizant of it. It's like, I must have seen something. No, it's just the way your brain works. So
yeah, I agree with you about that. I do think that happens. Sometimes you'll pick up things, you don't notice them, and then you put it all together and you suddenly see. And sometimes you're right. Sometimes that's
so much easier to come up with ideas when you're not focusing on the work. They say you're trying to come up with a solution. So sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away from the problem, distract yourself, let your background processes work on it, and then I got it. And then you go back to it. So yeah,
I've had that experience. Sometimes waking up, you suddenly get the solution in a kind of waking dream to something that you'd been chewing the night before. But one thing, JL, you always appeal to this idea that in the past, I'm not sure what you're saying, we were constantly struggling just to survive. There is some evidence that that's not really true. For example, nomadic peoples have a lot of free time. In a sense, their lives are much simpler. I'm not saying there weren't things like wars, there weren't difficulties, but I'm not sure whether you're saying this, but I'm also not sure if you're saying this is true, that human beings were constantly focused on bare survival until very recently. I don't really think that's
until
true.
roughly about 30 to 40,000 years ago, when we during the
you're feeling that far back
around the Neil. Yeah, I'm talking like 100,000 years ago. Like
Okay.
we're talking about a time like 100,000 years ago, dating back to concepts of like primal animism. And so we when we trace these things back throughout our archaeology and through our anthropology, we see the evidence that these kinds of ideas kind of cropped up around 100,000 years ago.
What
And
ideas?
the concepts of like what you would refer to as like spiritual things, like
Oh.
spiritual questions. For example, like one of the best analogies. Now, I'm not saying that this happened. This is just me speculating about ancient people who know nothing about the world, like the reality, like the world, how it works. The fire is hot. Okay, the fire keeps me warm. I feel my body is warm. Is there a fire in me? When I die, when a body dies, it gets cold. Well, where did the fire go? Well, I cut open the body and look inside. There's no fire there. There's no evidence of a fire there. So it must be a special fire that keeps me alive, that keeps things alive. I look at animals. They're warm. But when they die, they get cold. Why do they get cold? Where did the fire go? What causes the fire? Where does the fire come from? And then these things start eliciting questions about that. And so just like the ancient idea that when people died, steam would rise from their wounds. So like this, it'd be like people thought it was the soul leaving the body. Or if or if you went into a cave to go look for food and you came out and all of a sudden you fell ill from something you caught from in the cave and then you died a horrible death, like this. Well, don't go in the cave. It's cursed. That's an evil place. There's a demon in there. It's like, so yeah. Stuff like that.
Subscribe. I don't know if you ever heard of the 4 temperaments theory, phlegmatic. We still use these words: phlegmatic, melancholic, choleric, and sanguine. And they're related with the Greeks to like yellow bile, black bile, blood, and something. Okay. And clearly, like, I don't really think it has to do with how much black bile you have in your body, what temperament you have, but I do think that the temperament idea still can have some, I mean, maybe they connected it to the wrong mechanism, but I do think people are different in that way. But so you're saying, okay, so your idea is, but you would also say art and things like that didn't happen until then.
Oh no, I'd say that these things have been going on. People like organisms, like especially social animals, express themselves creatively in different ways. They find like one of the key indicators of levels of intelligence and levels of emotional awareness in social species is the concept of play when in youth, is the play in juveniles. And so engaging in different forms of play. And so we see that in virtually every single social species out there. Is that's just one of the key indicators. And then just acts of creativity, doing something, whether it's creating a pattern in the dirt on the ground or like assembling things around them in a pattern that they appreciate or like. We see this all over the place. And so especially like in social species, we see cetaceans do it, we see pachyderms do it, we see primates do it, we see to a certain extent a number of other ungulates do it. And so these things are it just depends upon a number of different factors. The first and foremost is the evolution of the brain, how how much the brain has been allowed, like the pressures that have exhibited upon the brain and different mutations that have occurred throughout time. And so like for humans, our forebrain actually evolved at a faster rate than our hindbrain did, which is one of the reasons why this is one of the number one reasons why you see so many different kinds of what we would call mental illnesses, why mental illness is so prevalent in human beings. And this is across the board, whether it's bipolar disorder or schizophrenia or borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, or emotional, any kind of emotional disorders, any of these things. These are all like very prevalent in us. Why are they not prevalent in all the other primates? And the hypothesize, and there's a lot of evidence to back this up, is because our hindbrain has remained relatively unchanged for the past I'd say for the past like 100,000 years, but our forebrains have rapidly evolved to that extent. So when the different areas of the brain need to communicate with one another, they have to go through all these sections. And the way our brain has evolved, to put it in very kind of like layperson's terms, has created a virtual rat's nest of neural pathways of an ancient area of the brain, which controls all of our instinct, all of our automatic responses, all that shit, talking to our forebrain, which is like literally where our us is, where our reasoning and our evaluation and all that shit is. And this this ancient hind area, which is telling you to fight, fly, to run, to fight, to fuck, to do whatever, all the survival shit is now trying to talk with all the evaluative concepts that we have and the risk reward analysis and all the balancing, all the things, and that creates a lot of issues because a lot of it's like trying to use a cell phone to talk to somebody who's using a cup and a wire.
Well,
so
if I follow you a little bit there, so I know that when psychology was founded, the idea is a lot of these things can be found in as organic problems in the brain of chemistry or neurology. And actually only 2 have ever been: Alzheimer's, which is an organic, I think, degradation, and Parkinson's, which is organic. All the rest of them, the even psychologists have abandoned largely the idea of finding like a, you know what I mean? Like a some way in which you can fix like sort of being,
well, yeah, there's
like
genetic,
neurotic.
there's genetic precursors for, like you said, Parkinson's and dementia and other things. There are genetic precursors for that, yes.
Yeah.
But with the vast majority now we do know that there are people who are they're predisposed neurologically, they're predisposed to certain problems, but we can mitigate a lot of those between the relationship of nature and nurture, like who they are and how they are raised. And we do know that trauma exacerbates these things to a specific degree, and so which is where therapy comes in, stuff like this. So
the traditional Catholic view is that these are largely moral problems, which have to do with your soul or your not brain problems. And even the way that secular psychologists treat them is a lot like they've abandoned the idea we're going to like find some way to fix the problem physically.
No, and even in classic therapeutic techniques, whether it's be psychiatry or psychology, it's all about actively rewiring the brain. It's all about adding new pathways. And so just like a muscle, just like working out a muscle, you develop new patterns of behavior in order to deal with the stressors and the triggers that come along with specific trauma that can facilitate antisocial behavior or certain responses. Now, there are some chemical issues that do occur because human brains are prone to like chemical imbalances. It's just part of our evolution. And we can assist that with medication, but that's not all cases. A lot of times it's just the ability to internalize and reconcile trauma, because trauma facilitates the formation of neural pathways, which
I do think that's true.
Which the body will then respond in certain ways to certain triggers. The point of the purpose of therapy is to retrain the brain, which takes a lot of time, sometimes more time for people than other time, depending upon the level of trauma and what's going on there, and the different associations the brain makes, because it's never predictable how the brain will react to trauma. And so that's why therapy is such an intensive, and the therapeutic process has to be custom cut for each individual. And so
I agree.
And so eventually we retrain the brain. You're never going to stop. You're never just going to eliminate those triggers. It's not going to happen, but you can retrain the brain through constant repetition of behavior to build new neural pathways in order to facilitate better responses to the triggers.
Yeah. So, but you're saying, I agree that the brain is involved in this, but when you say you have a trauma, I think that's an experience. That's not a brain, but you're saying it causes, I mean,
it's a stimuli.
You differentiate between, a psychologist is not a brain doctor in the sense of a neurologist.
No, true, but but the field does work closely with neurology, especially as a psychology in understanding neurochemistry. But in that respect, a trauma is still a stimuli. It's a stimuli that your body takes in, whether it be, and it could be mental. It could be mental stimuli, just the things that are being said to you that you're taking in, but it's still stimuli. And so your body interprets that stimuli in different ways. And so constant, repetitive, traumatic stimuli has devastating effects on the psychology of a human being because of the way those neural pathways are formed in order to protect the individual from the harm or the perceived harm that's being put.
That's interesting because how do you define what trauma is?
It's okay. So, the term trauma itself is pretty broad. So, but what an individual perceives to be traumatic is different for each individual because like the degree of it, something that could be traumatic to one person is not traumatic to another. So like when I was a kid and I was in Boy Scouts, I almost fell off of an 80-foot cliff while rappelling. My harness came undone. We were being taught how to tie our own harnesses, not actually use one, but actually use a rope to tie our own harness. And I didn't tie it right. My harness came undone and I almost fell. So that would have been roughly about, I was about 70 feet up. So it would have been about 7 stories. I would have fallen. Luckily, I didn't. Luckily, I didn't. But that, to me, was a traumatic experience. So, but there are people out there that they'll be in that situation. They'll be like, "Dad, I got this. It's all good," and they won't be traumatizing for them. So, it's different for different people.
Yeah, I think it usually has to do with a negative experience that is not processed. You're not able to make sense of it, or it sort of throws your world off. Because there are plenty of guys that came back from Vietnam that didn't experience a lot of trauma, even though there was killing and everything else. And then it's always about 8% of people that seem to be like shot for life. Same thing with like, but anyways, I think that has a lot to do with truth and the pursuit of truth, which I think is a little bit beyond just the brain. It's like the mind, that if you come to think something, you were told something that was a lie, and then you come to see that it's true. I think that does a lot to, I think you probably would say, and I agree, there's such a thing as religious trauma. If you're raised in an environment where you think, I was just reading with my daughter, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God. You ever read that? It's fucking crazy. Jonathan Edwards, early Massachusetts. The idea is like God's wrath is ready to send every person to hell. And we're like teetering on a spider web of our sin, right? I think that's traumatic. And I do think like rejecting that is a super healthy thing. But I don't know how that's like, it's not, I get that you're saying the stimulus is taken in by your brain gets screwed up the way it thinks, then it responds. Yeah. Okay. I can see that. But I would be hesitant to use the term "screwed up" there because it's just the way the brain. It's the way you could say atypical, in that respect, in the sense that with the way the brain, because the brain wires itself predominantly in defensive, because it's reactive. So the brain will always try to like maintain it. Well, will generally try to maintain its survival. So defense mechanisms will be wired in. So you'll always so a lot of the trauma that when I was doing my work in forensic psychology and the individuals that I interviewed and the people that I worked with and the people that I saw, the vast majority of the time, not all of them, but the vast majority, they were in the state that they were in as a defense mechanism. Their brains had endured so much abuse and trauma throughout their lives that the reason that they were behaving the way they behaved was as a defense mechanism to try and keep people as far away from them as possible, because they had learned, or they had taught themselves that, the way their brain had wired them, that you cannot trust other humans. Other people cannot be trusted. I have seen individuals who will gladly, without a moment's notice, assail another human being with everything in their power to make them go away. Yet they are the most kind, generous, and loving individuals with animals, because they know that animals don't have an intention against them. And so, but do you think that that's immoral, or you wouldn't use that term?
I don't think. No. I think that. Well, okay. So moral and immoral. So the actions we can label as being moral or immoral. Yeah. I say that that an individual being in that state is it's an amoral state, and that the labels of moral and immoral are applied to what they do. And so I agree. Yeah. You just kind of like, you kind of touched on the gray area there, why these things are subjective in there, because a person in that state trying to protect themselves from perceived harm, we may not perceive it, that person wasn't in any harm. Why did they perceive it that way? Their brain does perceive harm. It's like the harm they perceive is as real as if someone was coming at you with a knife. And so that's how they've trained them. That's how their brain has been trained, that they will perceive.
But they also have reason, right? I mean, they can also exercise reason and say, like, it doesn't add up.
That's like an individual, that's like a veteran with extreme PTSD waking up in the middle of the night strangling their spouse.
Yeah, but they know that's not like one of the Viet Cong.
No,
at the same time, you know what I mean?
When they're asleep, no, they don't. Not when they're cognizantly aware of it, or when they get into. Or I don't
think people have ever committed murder while sleeping.
There have been a few individuals who've committed murder while sleepwalking. Yes.
Well, but not while sleeping, like where they have no. I mean, maybe that's true, but
but there's a point that yes, your brain can go into tunnel vision. Your brain can tunnel vision, and you can react to stimuli as if you were when you were in the moment, in the original traumatic moment, when you felt that any kind of stimuli can be interpreted as, it can be interpreted as an attack because you've trained yourself to act that way. It's like an old soldier. You don't wake, don't wake an old soldier. Okay. Because don't try to shake them awake, because the risk of them waking up thinking that you're trying to attack them is very high.
Sure. I get you. Yeah,
exactly. So it's just trained. It's just,
but that you would say that pushes them in that direction. But still, they understand the battlefield is different than my grandson's.
They'll know it as soon as they're cognizant of what's happening. As soon as they're
but they still may be inclined.
But some people are not trained that way. Like Lowly brings up, in those instances, the brain has learned that hesitation means death. You do not hesitate. You act immediately, and you train that. It's like muscle memory.
Yes,
so their goal to eliminate the threat is just is as natural to them as it is to breathe, and so they have to work through that. They have to retrain their brain, redevelop neural pathways in order to basically reestablish. If I get a stimuli, I need to be cognizant of it in order to evaluate it, so I don't make a decision that could potentially get somebody hurt. So, but that's hard. That's hard.
I think it's complex. I don't think you would be one who is saying all criminals, because I'm sure they all have like problems in their past, are not responsible for their actions.
No, they're responsible for their actions.
Just your brain.
They're responsible for their actions. Okay, they are. Okay, they're the one that committed them. They did it. Now the question then becomes, why did they do the thing? Not to the now we can quibble all day long as to like the implication of the law and how the law should be, up there. We don't have the capability to dig into somebody's brain physically and try to understand the extent of their intent. Proof of intent is one of the hardest things to prove in a court of law. So we have a blanket set of laws that we apply across the board. Sometimes we can view them as being too light. Sometimes we can view them as being too harsh. That's a question for another time. I don't say that because a person's brain has been trained to do a thing that makes them that removes them from culpability for their actions. But I do say we do need to spend more time and resources trying to understand why people do what they do, which is why forensic psychology was so fascinating to me, because I found through my studies the vast majority of people who do the things that they do, the vast majority that are not out of, I mean, there is mental illness like this, but the vast majority of them, it's out of desperation and fear. That's what it's out of. And I was like, holy crap. So hang on a sec. They're doing these things and they do them out of desperation and fear. Why are they afraid? Why are they desperate? Are these problems that can be solved in society to eliminate the desperation and fear that people feel that drive them to do antisocial shit? And the answer is yes, we can. And we don't need a justification like a God or anything to do it. We just need to be able to say, hey, look, I have as much as I need. I don't need any more than this. So I can use what I have to go into the system to help build a better system to facilitate people's rehabilitation better, instead of just the barbaric system that we currently have in place, which just basically hits everybody with a stick and throws them in there and prisons for profit and shit like that. So
Even from a secular perspective, don't you think that religion can play a role in helping? In that, I have personally said, I would like to do X, Y, or Z, but it's like just the fear of God and hell that keeps me from doing it.
No, I'd say, okay, I'm going to say yes and no. Yes, because some people do need that kind of like ideal, but so long as that idea is presented with intellectual honesty.
Mm-hmm.
So teaching people that gods exist as though they're as though these concepts are true, like we know them to be the case, is patently absurd. It's literally setting people up for failure. Teaching people that there are people that there are concepts that there are ideals that they can strive towards, but these are simply concepts. You know, like having a focus, like in different forms of meditation, you have a foci, and so a thing that you can look at that you can aspire towards. That would be one thing. But teaching people that gods exist and magic is real and blah blah blah, and there's an intent. These things don't help people at all. They don't. Because and the reason I say that, even though there may be a utility at the time in their life when they're really, really vulnerable and they need like that last life preserver to keep them from self-destructing and drowning, it may serve them a purpose there. But in the whole of their lifetime, it will not serve a purpose because it doesn't. There's nothing they can attribute to reality about this. It doesn't help them to reconcile shit. It creates more problems. It creates more questions that can't be answered. It drives them further into a faith position that is completely irrational. And ultimately, when they need it, it will fail them.
Okay, when you say purpose,
I've seen it too many times.
When you say purpose, aren't you referring to telos?
No. Well, okay, so a person can ascribe things for their own lives. But assuming that there is a metaphysical intrinsic telos to existence in and of itself,
but you were saying when people do this, and I'm not trying to like trick you. I'm saying it doesn't serve the purpose. So you're referring to
no.
telos.
I said it may serve a utility. It may serve a utility for their lives because it's that last desperate thing that a person who is desperate and vulnerable will grab onto the one thing that will keep their head above water.
Yeah, I understand
okay?
that. I'm not saying that you're saying
but once you get that person back on land, you cannot turn that thing that saved them into a security blanket because they don't need it anymore. So that's why these things need to be taught with intellectual honesty.
But what I'm saying is you're referring to telos as a concept. No, it's not. It might seem useful, but it's actually long-term not useful. So I don't think there's any problem.
It's a tool. No, it's a tool. Just like a hammer. Just like a hammer is useful sometimes, but it's not useful for all jobs.
Okay, but a hammer has a telos.
We ascribe that to it, but not like in a universal mind independent sense. No.
I'm saying, a hammer itself does not have a sense of itself having a purpose. No. That.
A hammer is designed by humans to accomplish a task. Okay, but its use, like its purpose, is determined by the user. I don't have to use a hammer just to stick a nail in a wall. I don't have to use it that way. It's not an objective truth of it. It can be designed just like a chair. The function of a chair can be to seat, but the purpose of the chair is defined by the individual that's using it. That it's not like an ingrained objective thing.
So you wouldn't say different tools are made by humans for different purposes, like that you can, if you're in a pinch, use a hammer as a wrench, but like, isn't it obvious that it's not the individual that assigns purpose to tools? They're generally purpose.
Yeah, it is the individual. No, there's a function. There's a function of how there's the function of it, but then there's the purpose for like.
You're saying the maker of the tool does not have a purpose intended for the
maker
tool?
May have their own purpose for it. I'm designing a tool to accomplish a task that I want to accomplish. So I invent a tool to do this. Then I take this tool, I hand it to somebody else. They say, well, I don't have that goal that you had, but I do have another goal. Can I use this for that? Well, it wouldn't really work. I can still get it done. And then they go and do it. It's not.
I understand. You're saying something that's a tool can be used for things other than its intended purpose.
No. This is every intention
That's
counts.
obvious.
My intention for a tool counts. Let's just say, okay, do we think there couldn't have been two people to simultaneously come up with a thing that might be called a hammer? Co-creation. Do you think all things are like one person invents it, they're the first, that's it? Period.
No.
Or so with that in mind, yeah, one guy says, yeah, I did it. Here's my idea. But it's like, yeah, that's just a pile of material and I can see another use for it. See, let's look at David Wood. Are we familiar with him? He's got all sorts of other uses for hammers, apparently, for those who understand his background. So when you say that, you know, it's there for carpentry, you should ask his father about that. So you know,
I understand. Yeah, but all this is common sense, right? Like, no one would disagree with you that you can't use a hammer to bash someone's skull in.
Yeah, we're saying that we're saying that there's no objective mind independent like purpose for it. There isn't. There is
no. I agree with you. I'm just saying that we as a group of people would say that, you know, there's specialized tools that are just made for like removing siding. We would all agree that's a siding removal tool, and but you could maybe find another use for it. Isn't that just common sense?
I don't
personally.
Yeah. But
take a vinyl siding tool and
go,
I have no idea what this is for, but I'm going to assign the purpose of vinyl siding.
Right. That's all I'm saying is that when you bring up telos, yes, human beings ascribe intention to various things. Okay, but that should not translate to like mind independent truth about a thing, or that there is an intentionality to like exist.
I'm not a Platonist. I'm not a Platonist. I don't think there is.
Exactly. There's not like, you know, like there's like the hammer with the use of
hammerness,
the hammer that is physically out there. No, nothing.
You don't need to do that to be an Aristotelian view would be hammerness is only iterated in individual hammers, but you can leave that. You could say like we socially create things for a purpose, which you can use for something else. I don't see how you could possibly disagree with that.
Two classes of error going on here. The first one is whether or not you ascribe that value to the first person to make one, right? So is the idea of the first person to make, hey, I made a thing and here's what I thought I would use it for. Take a look at repurposed drugs. Oh, I made it for X. Guess what? So that's the first thing. So that's the first category we're looking at. The second one you're about to do is now you're in ad populum fallacy territory. Oh, we popularly see a utilization for it, and that is enough to make it inherit that. That is straight up fallacious.
I don't understand what you're saying. Let's
just ascribe that purpose that way.
I'd love
a popularity game on that.
Let's say the Stanley Tool Group says like, okay, we're developing our new line of tools. Okay. They'll say this tool is for this, and they'll test it to see if it does a better job than other tools for this. And people on YouTube do the same thing. Populum. I don't think you find that controversial, do you?
Ad populum. Yes, we understand that there's a large range of applicability.
It's not a fallacy. What I'm saying is,
no,
people at the Stanley Tool Company do this. Purpose. Who's committing the fallacy? The people at the Stanley Tool Company?
No, the idea that this actually declares a thing has a purpose versus to a group, it may serve a purpose. And to the person who
human beings
takes, it means something else now.
Okay, but all I'm saying is that the people at the Stanley Tool Company develop tools and maybe alter them, use alloys or whatever, to accomplish usually a single purpose. Although the hammer has multiple purposes, but like, okay, especially specialized tools.
Was all that was.
Okay, and we all agree that is
all that is motivation at the start.
We imbue them with telos, and that's how we sell them. This will help you to do what this tool does better than the other guys, right? That's common sense. We don't have.
You ascribe we have a subset to the collective. That's the mistake. You went from a subset.
I'm not arguing that human beings assign telos to things, okay, or that human beings like design things, you know, with the intention of accomplishing a particular goal. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Right. Okay.
So long as it doesn't translate to like mind objective, like a mind objective or mind stance independent truth, or like a telos for existence in and of itself. So
but I'm saying you could say human beings who designed and produced this watch designed it so the purpose that someone like me could wear it and keep track of time so they make their appointments. So there's a telos to them making the watch and me buying it, right?
Their telos. That's them. It's always their intention.
Okay, the individual who designed it, yes, Andrew is right on this. The individual who designed it, that was the telos that they put upon it.
Yeah.
Whether or not you accept that,
I could use this
is entirely
head.
Yeah, but
Like,
whether or not you accept whether or not you accept their designation is entirely up to you.
Right, but it's marketed to me as a way to keep time.
True, but it's still it's irrelevant. Whether or not you accept their designation is subjective to you. You don't have to. Nothing says that you must accept your watch as only being a timepiece.
Okay, so I could say this is toilet paper.
If you want to wipe your ass with it, yes.
Well, okay, but you would have to say that's not really good use of this.
It doesn't matter. We're not talking about
doesn't serve the purpose.
No, hold up, Ben. We're not talking about your subjective determination about how effective it is. That's your subjective determination. Okay, we're talking about simply logical consistency here. If I create a device and I create the device with a specific intention to do a thing, and then I hand it to you, there is nothing in this world that says that you must necessarily use the device for the thing that I made it for. You can go out and do it for something completely different.
Who would not agree with that?
David would with Hammer.
No. Just because the vast majority of people may agree with it doesn't mean that it's the case. That's the argument that
no. I'm saying what you said. Who would disagree that I can do whatever I want with this watch? Who would disagree with that? How is that adding anything? Of course, you can do anything with anything.
From a logic perspective, no one would disagree. You can use the watch for whatever you want.
So what are you trying to clarify? Like, why is that important to say? I'm just saying that we all agree that this is a watch. I'm not saying that means there's watchness that exists independently of individual watches.
No, we're talking about the purpose. Your purpose,
but it has a purpose.
No.
From a human point of view,
it was designed with a person who thought it would fill certain objectives, and it does do that. But you know what? It also holds down that stack of paper of mine in a stiff wind.
Right.
It could be a paperweight.
But that's common sense, though. I mean,
yeah, I know.
I'm not sure where you're trying to get away from. I feel like you guys feel like I'm tricking you by saying this was designed as a timepiece. I bought it as a timepiece, and I can also use it as a paperweight. Like, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Right.
Yeah,
okay. So that's what I'm saying.
But I'm saying that would be purpose.
Okay. That's why I think that at the moment we're kind of talking past each other. I'm just trying to make sure that the designation of telos is not a thing that is like mind stance independently true of any particular object, and that it is not a thing that is, relevant to like existence in and of itself. I'm just trying to make sure that that the distinction is made that an object can have telos per the designer of the object, but that telos does not translate in the exact same way, or does not necessarily translate the exact same way to everybody else.
Of course,
so it's not like a thing that's like mind stance independently true of the object itself. So
sure, yeah. So it could become like if I become super famous, that this actually is more valuable in a museum, hanging up as something that's connected with me and it's not used as a timepiece at all. But it still would be a timepiece. I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting into nominalism. If something that just has a name, it's only a name for it. Does it have any other clues to it? I'm not sure. But I wanted to pick up JL. You were saying about forensic psychology.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that, say, like when a domesticated animal, I don't know if you feel like this is okay to say, kind of goes crazy and attacks, like, say, a kid, and that there may be repercussions for that animal. Do you think that's the same as a human being who attacks a kid and is put on trial? Is it the same thing, or is there like a difference fundamentally? Because I think common sense tells us that animals don't have, they act on instinct, whereas human beings have something else called reason, which should cause them to not act in certain ways.
Well, that's the first mistake, because animals reason as well.
Well,
They
I
just
mean
don't- they
reason
don't-
in
they-
the technical sense, ratio.
It's the
not-
exact same way. Animals reason as well. They do evaluation. They do risk reward analysis. They do typically.
That's not what reason is.
It's
though.
yes, it is. It's a part of reason. Evaluative processes in the brain.
Well, I
that's a
mean,
part
I
of
guess
your
you would call
reasoning
it
capacity.
abstract reasoning.
Well, that just means about okay, so an animal can differentiate between different objects in its environment.
Of course.
Okay, that's part of the reasoning process. Just because it is more rudimentary than ours doesn't mean they're not reasoning. Okay, because their reasoning is more rudimentary than ours, they make decisions faster than we do. Because we have a lot of variables that we take into play when we're making the value. Typically, we do, not always. Typically, we can make snap judgments based upon things. They typically don't turn out very, very well in the outcome. But animals typically, they do reason about things very, very rudimentarily, unless they have the time and they're not in an agitated state. In a respect,
Okay, well, that's what I want to focus on.
Hold on, I'm getting there. From a biological perspective, a human being can attack a child or a dog can attack a child. The factors that play into that are likely neurological as to why they did it, why they reacted that way, what caused the aggression or whatever in that respect. We do, as a part of it, because we are humans, okay, afford a great deal of leeway to other humans in trying to understand why a person did a thing. We typically don't do that. Typically, as a species, we don't do that for other animals.
Okay,
so we typically just kill them or get rid of them. We destroy them to keep other humans safe.
Yes,
we usually don't have that. We don't anymore. We used to have that same level of harshness for other humans. If another human attacked another human, just kill him. Be done with them. Just either kick him out of the society, leave him to nature, let nature take its course, or just eliminate them on the spot. We don't have to behave that way anymore. And so in kind of like this human exceptionalism idea, we behave differently. Okay. But
a dog, we don't generally attribute, like you would never call an animal a criminal because you wouldn't attribute like the capability of being a criminal to an animal. It's just acting on its instincts.
It's a human convention. It's what we do. Dogs.
Okay, so you said something about if they had enough free time. So domesticated animals have tons of free time, right? So they
that's a completely different conversation.
Well, you seem to think the difference between humans and animals is that we have more free time because we're less bound by sort of survival concerns, which I don't think really is true. I've seen animals.
I didn't describe it that rudimentarily at all.
Now, there's a second level to this. It's not.
And you're saying more developed frontal
having
cortex.
the free time. What kind of neural pathways do other creatures have versus ours? Now, what happens if their lives, as they evolve, start taking those adaptations? They got to have the framework to run this on at the same time. You need both pieces.
Remember, in the wild, the concepts that we apply in our like social systems, those exist in social animals as well. Whether they be wolves,
some extent.
No, they do. Justice, fairness, balance,
consensuality,
punishment,
consensuality. No,
in some species, yes. Okay, so to a degree, while there are more complex there's more nuance that we give it because we can recognize more nuance, or sometimes we just impose nuance upon a thing in order to make it more nuanced. I oftentimes think that we overly nuance shit that should be fairly simple, but that's just me. We still see these things in other species. We just don't see them to the complexity that we do them. But that's simply because our brains are more complex. They have more surface area.
Okay.
They have more neural. Typically, have more neural pathways. Okay, so and size ratio is pretty damn impressive for the size of our brains to the size of our bodies. Is pretty dang impressive. But not to mention, it's not just our brains; it's also our central nervous system. So in that respect, you know, we do
But
we
you'd
do
be-
allow that, but
Can-
biologically speaking, there's not much difference. If a person does it, they do it because they're mentally ill or because they were triggered to do so. There's either a neurological issue that's caused them to act in such a way, or they're they're mentally ill, or there's some disease going on, or something has happened, and then or whatever happened along those lines. So we see these things in animals as well. If dogs or wolves in their packs act out of turn, they will be shut down and disciplined by other older members, and they'll be taught how not to act and how they need to act. And if they don't, they'll be killed. They'll be ostracized from the pack and left to starve to death, or they'll just immediately be said no.
I agree with you about all that.
So in that respect, all humans do is because of the complexity of our brains, our ability to recognize more nuanced things and have emotions, and not to mention the number of voices that are involved in this shit and the number of opinions that are involved. We develop very complex ways of doing extremely rudimentary things.
Okay.
We go through a complex legal process to define all the parameters of why an action took place, and then we assign punishment for that, when essentially going through the whole process, the legal process, determining motivation, determining all the blah, 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 all the way up to the point of putting someone in jail is the exact same thing of just, you're guilty, remove them from society. Animals do it a lot simpler than we do. We just add a lot more complexity to it. It's the exact same thing. We're removing them from society.
No, because we add a dimension to it. I mean, you can say that animals,
we make them more complex.
But here's, can I just push back a little bit? Because I think you would be representing a minority position here, which doesn't mean you're wrong, but most of our society recognizes a fundamental difference between humans and animals, and that is not just a matter of complexity, but like as a kind of, we would say something like the soul, consciousness, etc. Now, here's where I would say is
okay. I'm sorry. Just
let me give you a test case.
Hold the Ben. Distinction there. The vast majority of people who are not educated on these very complex subjects do hold to the human conventions of things that do this. Yes, it is a human convention that humans are like in some ways like completely separate from the animals and are special from them. But people who understand evolutionary biology, who understand neurophysiology, who understand how bodies work, there's really not that much difference. So no,
it depends what you mean by that.
The vast majority of the people out there do hold to an ancient human convention that the literal exploration of the evidence shows really holds no water. It's just a human convention that we adhere to for the sake of society.
All right, let me give you an example. Okay, so there are people and there are stages in human development where the brain is not really very formed. And so like the IQ could be comparable to like a dolphin or a wolf or something like that, right? Do you agree?
Bad terms, very, very, that's like pop psych shit. The like determining IQ and shit like that. It's cognitive capacity and spatial awareness and self-actualization. These are different things that take place. It doesn't really matter how high a person's intelligence is. Implied IQ tests are so they're not.
Well, you could put a baby in a dog at a certain point. Both of them want what's at the end of the maze. The dog will sometimes find it faster and figure out the wrong paths to go because a baby's brain is not very well developed.
The dog also has better senses than we do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if we found, you know what I'm saying, though. No.
I know. I said that they're right, because the energy that went into their evolution went into other features. The vast majority during our evolutionary process, the vast majority of energy went into our brains, development of our brains, which is why a lot of our other physical features suck so much in comparison to the rest of the animal kingdom. Imagine if the energy, if half the energy that went into our brain development went into the development of our hearing, our sight, and our sense of smell, we'd be ridiculous. I understand that, but we wouldn't be as smart. We wouldn't be as like spatial, like we wouldn't be as like you could say as intelligent or as reasoning capable as we are now. Mm-hmm. But physically, we'd be very impressive, But that's just not where the energy went.
I understand that. I'm not suggesting that we don't have an animal nature, of course. And I understand that there's like trade-offs and our eyesight and all that stuff. I think you maybe a little bit strawmanning and saying that a theist believes that animals and humans share nothing in common. I don't think any theist would say that, but maybe you found some. But it's fairly obvious that we share a lot of things in common: a digestive system.
Yeah, but if souls don't exist,
cardiovascular
so,
system.
yeah,
but what we're saying is not.
You don't. Do you hold that a mouse has a soul?
It has life, and therefore has. Traditionally we call it an animal soul or an animate soul. Yes, it has life.
What is the soul? Okay, so this is what it comes down to. This is what I'm kind of curious about.
But it doesn't have a human.
What is it that a soul does that a brain doesn't?
You're talking about a human soul?
No, I'm just asking about a soul. What is it that a soul does that a brain does not?
Okay, so when we're talking about these things, I would say a conscience is something that is not just a development of brain. It's a faculty that is spiritual, though I'm sure it's connected with your brain because language and all those things come with having a brain. But I don't think animals have consciences.
I think a bad dog knows it's a bad dog. You ever seen one cower? It knows.
Yes. But
okay,
have you ever seen a dog cower?
Hold on a second. When you talk conscience, when you talk like a conscience, okay, knowing you're effectively you're looking at morality. We see moral frameworks in other social species. We see them all the time. They're well documented. So there is fairness is a major. Hold up, Ben. Fairness is a major moral doctrine. Balance between individuals. A person who gets more than they deserve, or an individual who does not get what they deserve. We see these things play out in the wild all the time. Fairness is a major thing. Okay. Also justice for perceived wrongs as applied by individuals and the group. We see this all the time. So
I don't think it
abstracts. The question still asked. This question still is, what is it that a soul does that the brain doesn't do?
Okay. But you're saying, because we see something similar in animals, therefore this doesn't.
I want you to answer the question. What is it that a soul does that the brain doesn't?
Well, I just gave you an example.
No, because I can account for all of those things in the brain.
Okay, abstract mathematical reasoning.
In the brain.
Well, you just say it's in the brain.
No, like the area of the brain that handles such things.
Okay, well,
like the physical structures of the brain that enable us to be able to do such things.
What about
if I remove that structure from the brain, you can't do it anymore.
What about the basic concept of abstraction? How are
just a
we
part
able
of our,
to
just a part of our front?
It's
just a part of our front. It's just a part of our frontal lobe. That's all it is. It's just literally abstract reasoning about concepts. That's all it is. That's because
then why don't animals have that ability?
Because their brains are not, because the energy in their evolution did not go towards the development of their brains. Not to
but
the
even
degree,
low
not
IQ
to the degree,
people have a conscience.
Not to the okay.
It doesn't seem to correspond
to
development of brain.
You keep referring to conscience. What you're basically referring to is the ability to distinguish between things that are determined to be right and wrong.
Yeah,
animals do that.
I know they don't.
Yes, they do. I can give you the mountains of studies that back this up, both in the lab and in the wild.
Well, that's like saying animals communicate, which they do. Therefore, animals have languages, which there's no evidence.
They do, and there is, and I can give you the mountains of data on that as well.
Yeah, last week,
I don't think linguists would agree with you.
They do.
Birds where they
it was a giant breakthrough when we discovered. It was a giant breakthrough when linguists discovered that cetaceans do have their own language. Not only do they have their own language, they have their own dialects and accents depending upon where they're from in the world. They have names for each other. Okay,
so do you agree
they identify each other by sight?
Okay,
and they have they individual. That's I
have no doubt about that.
So in that respect, you're talking about organisms that have the ability to assign a label to another individual in order to demarcate it from another individual. Okay,
I don't know what you're talking about. There, animals can clearly differentiate other animals.
But they do they assign names to each other? Yes, they do.
I don't know that that's language.
That is a part of that is a part of language. Language is a method of conveying information from one organism to another. Language takes now, as far as the human complexity of language, all the things that we add to it. Okay, sure, ours is very, very complex, but we are still communicating concepts from one organism to another. We just do it very complexly.
Okay,
hold up, I'm not done. So other animals do that as well. They just do it more rudimentarily than we do. But cetaceans do it as if not more complexly, because their language is not just vocal. Ours is vocal and body language. That's how we communicate. Is via auditory and visual by how my body is reacting.
Yeah,
they have to do it. They have to do it physically through body language, phonetically through how their calls sound, and with syntax in order.
But
to
this
indicate.
This is not language.
Yes, it is. It is
going
language.
Like this is not language. No.
Yes, it is. It is language.
It's not language. No.
Well, hold up. I'm just gonna shut you down right now on this one. So because I'm sick and tired of being like just denying reality at this point.
But JL, you're doing 90%. I'm not being rude, am I? You're doing 90% of the talking. You barely let me get a word in.
Don't try like this. I've asked you.
I'm not claiming to be a victim, but don't you claim to be?
I asked you one question. You have yet to answer it. What does a soul do that a brain doesn't? Everything you point to, the brain does all that.
Language.
The brain does all that.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that the brain isn't involved in that, but it's
okay. No.
Brain doesn't.
If the action is indistinguishable, how do I determine if a soul exists?
Because you can see that other creatures with brains don't have this.
Yes, they do.
But if I'm wrong, okay, so JL, so then if I'm wrong, if so, like traditionally we'd say a human soul is different than a Cretacean soul, correct? Cetacean. You're saying no, they're really not that different. So do you?
I don't say they have soul.
Well, whatever it is, we're on the same level, right?
So no, I say that
I kill a Cretacean. Should it be the same as if I kill a person in terms of like my punishment?
Wait, what?
Okay.
Do you think the justice system should be shifted so that Cretaceans killing a Cretacean?
Oh my God, Ben. Cetaceans.
Okay. Cetaceans, whales, which I have no problem killing a whale. Okay, but like you would have to be saying you're killing someone, but I have a huge problem with killing a highly retarded
They have their own social systems. They deal with it on their own terms. We deal with human society.
Okay, but how should we deal with when we interact with them? Shouldn't we should leave that we should leave them be. We should leave them be as an intelligent species. We should leave them be. Do you think people should be tried for murder for killing a cetacean, or that it should be like sort of up there?
To this degree, given what we know, yes. They are emotionally aware. They are intelligent. They have their own societies. They have their own structures. They have their own language. So yes, like if you
so you disagree with that, but you would have to say it's fine. You disagree with our society because we do regularly like testing on very sensitive primates, right? Like for cosmetics, right?
Yes, we should not be doing that at all. We should not be doing that at all.
Okay, I would say that's you're being consistent.
Yes, but shut down animal parks. Shut down animal parks where we watch them for entertainment, like especially water parks. Shut that shit down.
Okay.
And keep zoos, but maintain them for the purposes of helping critically endangered animals. So through breeding programs.
But then
JL allow people access to watch that, but keep it that's why I like zoos and wild animal parks, because they help in conservation and they help critically endangered species replenish their numbers through breeding programs that ensure they don't lose genetic diversity. Those are good, but purely for entertainment and sport, no, those should be outlawed completely.
But don't you have sophisticated animals in your house that are purely for your entertainment?
No, I don't at all.
Don't you have pets?
I have 2 dogs, and those dogs have jobs, and those dogs do serve a function on my property.
The dogs have jobs?
Yes. Because they did they sign a contract with you? The dog is not there. The dog is a member of the family, but the dog has its own responsibilities. The dog knows what its responsibilities are when we go out on the property.
Okay, but how is that different than slaves? Slaves had jobs. Free Fido. I'm not taking it, but I'm saying that logically speaking, you're saying we shouldn't do all these things, except in my case, when I'm doing something very similar to it. You're right. By your logic, aren't you doing what slave masters used to do with slaves?
No, because I don't beat my dog. And I don't kill it when it doesn't do what I want it to do, what I want it to do.
Well,
I don't sell it.
Slave masters didn't do those things.
Right. I don't do that, but my dog is not a slave.
So you're a benevolent slave master.
No, because my dog is not a slave.
How isn't it? It has a job that you are telling it to do. It has no choice.
That I trained it to do. Yes.
Okay, but if it could run out into the wild, you would have it hunted. Like you would say, let's go get the dog and bring it back, just like a runaway slave, right?
I would try to, because I don't want it to die, because I love my dogs. But
I'm
curious. But if my dog ran
curious.
away, but if my dog ran away and
got
killed, that's not the dog's fault. That's my fault for being a bad owner.
What
Okay,
if the dog
I'm kind
wanted
of
to run
curious
free?
here. Ben, I'm curious. So at this point, then you're sitting on the other side of the fence going, yeah, these should all be equal.
I think that humans are quite distinct from animals, all animals, though I recognize that we have a lot in common with them, and those that are more sensitive and intelligent have more in common with us. But I do think it's just a world of difference, and we've always known that.
We do
assume that.
We do judge on a species level. Okay,
We assume that because of the observed differences between us and other animals.
Yeah.
So we assume that, but now we know, because we have access to the evidence, we know that that is not the case, not to the extreme degree that a lot of people want to believe.
Now, there's a difference between what we understand and how we live and litigate. Those are two entirely separate things that should never have been blended.
Well, JL, you're saying
you're trying to blend these. You should not be blending these.
JL, you're saying that like
you have animal cruelty laws. You know that you can't just take like a wild squirrel in your backyard and start torturing in your backyard. There's laws against that, because in the end we realize there's detrimental things psychologically to society.
Well, you can kill a squirrel and eat it, no problem. No one cares.
Oh yes, but you're talking about straight animal cruelty, like that'll get you like prosecuted here. Like,
to address something here real quick. Hold up, to address something. Lowly, I do understand that the issue that you have with the term owner there, I use it as in the legal pretense, because per the law, at least per the way the law looks at it, I am the owner of my dog. I have to register my dog with the state and with the county and the state. I have to get it vaccinated. I have to ensure that everything's kept up with it and like that. So to be a responsible dog owner per the law, that's what the law refers to me as. I don't really view like me as the owner of my dog in like my personal subjective sense, because I don't like own it. I don't view animals as property in that respect. I view my dog as a member of my family. So like both my wife and I do view our dogs as members of the family. So this is where I in the law
that's what slave owners used to say too about slaves.
The distinction you're making is patently absurd, but
I think it's ridiculous. But I'm saying it seems to be flow from your logic.
We're not going
I don't agree that that's similar.
We're not going absolutist.
But let me just ask you a question.
No, there's speciesism going on. Let's not kid ourselves. Your argument isn't what you think it is.
But you're saying, JL, you're saying there's been a radical change in our understanding of animals. Okay, this is what you always appeal to, some radical change. I think that dog owners have always correctly understood the nature of dogs. They're remarkable animals. They're incredibly intelligent. I think dog owners in the past, I mean, you must be aware, some of the breeds were so specialized. There's like a coon tree hunting dog that like hunts raccoons into trees and barks. Like, so I don't really think we've come to know that dogs are anything different that they knew to be dogs to be. I don't really understand this thing of saying like, we've come to understand that dogs do math, they create art.
I never said that.
I mean, or anything like that. I think it's the same understanding.
I got to ask you, why are you taking it this really weird way? Because I never said anything even close to that.
Well, they don't have a language. Dogs don't have a language.
No.
But if I call Fido, he'll turn his head. That's not language. He doesn't understand.
Yes,
names.
Dogs don't have language, but they do have the ability to communicate with one another.
Sure, I've never doubted that.
But I never claimed that they did.
Now,
I don't know
did,
why
however,
we went from organisms that have been around as long as cetaceans have, and they do have, per Project SETI, CETI, okay, literally understanding cetacean language, okay, language efficiency in whale communication, tapping into whale talk. UC Berkeley and Project SETI study shows sperm whales communicate similarly to human language. So yes, as indicated, bam. Just to break it down,
I'd have to look into
I'm
that.
not
I'm
done.
not a specialist.
Unique vocalizations, dialects, codas.
Yeah,
Okay.
I provided similarly.
These things exist for these.
Is it okay that I just have my doubts about that? Is that okay? I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I would say don't just take my word as I would say don't take my word as like that. Go and actually do the research yourself.
Okay.
Like I have done.
Sure.
So
now,
like many of us have done.
I'm only aware of the Coco stuff. When I was a kid, they said Coco seems to know language. Then a lot of linguists chimed in and said, that ain't language. That's just parroting on a more sophisticated level.
So
maybe true that with whales it's different.
Okay, I'm not worried about the individual on that one there. I actually linked, as soon as that came up in the conversation earlier, I linked it in the YouTube chat for the
I'm not going to research it now.
In fact, I've still got the link. I'm going to put it up again from nature.com, okay, for the syntax from birds.
Corvids. Crazy freaking smart.
So
crazy
I've done this repeatedly. I also did this last week.
Animals can be intelligent, no doubt about that.
Here's what's coming up right now.
Corvids, especially corvids, crows, jackdaws, ravens, magpies, macaws, like have their own, like have language. So it's like ridiculous. Like I try to stay up on top of this stuff, but yes, our understanding of animals, now that we have gotten to this point where we can study them to this degree, has radically changed in our understanding of.
Does that include dogs?
All of them, all animals, especially dogs.
Okay, so what's your new understanding of dogs that a person 150 years ago wouldn't have about dogs?
As far as so it's like of their neurology and how they learn. You can look at things like 1,000 years ago and see that dogs can recognize patterns and you can train them to respond to certain stimuli. Sure.
Yeah.
But we understand how their brains work better now.
So more understanding. But where do we appreciate? Where's this wow? I thought this was one thing, and now I recognize it's another.
For the sake of this, we've gone down this ridiculous rabbit hole. And we still, I just want to make it clear.
You can bounce me anytime, by the way.
There is I'm just trying to keep the conversation on track because we're not saying anything new here. The point of contention is you keep referring to this concept of a soul. Souls don't exist. They don't do anything different than a brain does. There's nothing that is attributed to a soul that is not identified within the brain. That we can say, this is the area of the brain that handles this. This is the area of the brain that handles this. If we remove that area of the brain or damage it, the person will no longer be able to do those things. We see this.
Doesn't mean, but that's like saying your brain exists in your heart. Because if you remove the heart, your brain won't function. What? I mean, something that's upstream.
Your heart doesn't do anything but pump blood through your heart doesn't do anything but pump blood through your body.
I agree with you, but if I say actually the heart is where thinking takes place, because if you remove someone's heart, their brain, they won't be able to think. That doesn't mean that the brain doesn't exist. You see what I'm saying? It's a matter of causality.
If I remove the brain, then your heart ceases.
No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree with you that we don't have evidence of human beings reasoning when they're dead or when their brain isn't working. So that could mean that the brain is an instrument, but for the mind, but it doesn't mean that the brain is the mind, right?
Okay, show me evidence.
That in and of itself, I'm just saying.
No, show me evidence that the brain. Show me evidence why someone would rationally accept that the brain is not the mind.
Because there's a process of abstraction that gives us an understanding of our world that is so I can speak to you and we can have ideas. That's not.
And if I lobotomize you, you lose the ability to do that.
And if you cut my heart out, I lose my ability to do that.
Doesn't matter.
No.
You're dodging from the point. You have not pointed to anything that does not rely upon the brain.
Love?
You're talking about a function of the brain that we have because of the way our brains are developed, but not all humans can do it because not all human brains are identical. Okay, because some humans don't have the capacity to do these things. So you haven't pointed to anything that is that.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't. You just say that it is. There's no evidence to indicate that it is. There's no evidence to indicate that it is something separate from the brain.
What you're doing is you're describing the function and then saying the function isn't done by that thing. See, you haven't shown where the soul is. Where's the soul that's doing the function? You're describing that that's part of it, what it does, but you're not showing the thing that's doing it.
But you're asking me to do something which I'm not saying that the brain is not instrumental in thinking. I'm just saying
to show that the soul,
the mind. Forget the soul. Let's say the mind.
We're not forgetting because you're saying that's what does the thing. So
the mind is not equated with the brain.
Then
yes, it is.
That does the thing.
Yes, it is.
You're just saying it is.
No, you're just saying there's something that we don't see. Meanwhile, you're going, well, it has a role to play. The brain has a role to play, but you're not showing that you have a thing independent of, as opposed to a function that it does.
Well, there's all sorts of evidence for the existence of mind or soul apart from the brain.
No, hold up. No. You just said there's all sorts of evidence that indicates that our ability to abstract reason does not come from the brain.
For example, the intuition that goes back to the
pattern
earliest archaeological.
Yeah, I've already covered it. I already covered this. But Ben, I already.
You're not even.
I already covered.
You're not even letting me finish my sentence.
No, Ben.
I'm going to finish the sentence different than you think I'm going to. I already
covered this.
The intuition
and epiphany are pattern recognition. The brain does that naturally.
The intuition that when we die, that's not the end of us. Is an end, which is goes all the way back to our earliest human remains.
That's not innate. That's taught,
and is evidence that there is something about us that lives beyond simply our physical existence.
No, Ben, that is not innate. That is not innate. That is taught.
Well, it emerged.
No, what
in all societies, or as far back as who taught it?
No, hold up, Andrew. No, it hasn't.
Yes.
No,
the earliest archaeological remains are those of burials.
Ben, these concepts are not universal amongst humans.
Yes, they are.
No, they aren't. There are civilizations out there that do not have these concepts in their lexicon.
Not true.
The Paraha people.
You're saying that when people bury people, they don't bury them with, like, say, bowls, and those are the earliest human relics there are.
Some, but not all civilization. No, not all civilizations.
Religiosity is universal in mankind.
No, it's not. That has been demonstrated to be the case. It is not. When it is through Western colonization, when European explorers encountered isolated civilizations and had to introduce God, religion, and spiritual concepts to them because they had no concept themselves. You know that that is true. The Paraha people is the prime example.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to. I'll look it up, but I believe what they did is they took the concepts that they did have.
How about this? Instead of just saying, nuh-uh, you acknowledge that I'm bringing you a point, and you say that you will look further into that. There is also a group of individuals that was isolated for a long time that have no conception of time in their lexicon. These things are not universal.
Some things are not, but
religion is not a universal concept.
Religion's not a concept at all, but it's a phenomenon.
It's not a phenomenon. It is a concept. It is an abstract concept that human beings invented, that some groups of individuals invented, and they're not all the same. They don't all go as far as some go, and some don't even have them because they had no reason to come up with them.
I don't think that's true, but you could. I'll.
The papers are there. So,
but generally speaking, I think you would acknowledge this. Generally speaking, when, say, Europeans came and encountered, say, the Native American peoples, they took concepts that the Native American peoples had, and then they said, like, yes, but, like, this is the true, religion, because they had things like burials, they had things like a belief in the afterlife.
No,
they had things like, but perhaps not universally.
No, Western colonists came over here and straight up said, "We're right, you're wrong, and die, convert or die."
They didn't say any. Well, okay, if we're just gonna do that kind of stuff, then okay, all atheists are monsters and they want to kill everyone. I mean, if we're just gonna do bigotry, it's just not.
It's not bigotry.
It's not
That's
true.
What happened.
Why not,
Ben? It's not.
Why
bigotry.
not
That's what happened in
recognize
history.
their subtleties?
That's what happened in history. Western colonists, European colonists came over to this country and began to establish themselves here and essentially said, "Convert or die."
Wrong.
Your paganistic beliefs are false. Our God is the right one.
True.
And if you don't convert to it, you will die. And then Western colonists proceeded to rape, pillage, murder, and genocide them to the degree, and then stuck them on reservations of land to get them out of the way.
So that's Anglo colonists. In the Spanish colonists did not do that.
Yes, Cortez and his people, Cortez and the other motherfuckers that followed him, did the exact same shit in South America.
It's different. Hispanic colonization is different. They mixed.
No, they didn't.
They didn't have reservations.
It was not different.
Do you think there's an Indian reservation in Mexico?
Okay, Mexican Americans are descendant from that, but we also have those descendants here in America.
But
yes,
reservation thing is an Anglo.
European colonists interbred with some of them, but by and large, Western colonists massacred them to get them out of the way, to take their resources, to take their land.
I agree, but you said it's exactly the same. It's not exactly the same.
It was. Western colonization.
There's never been a reservation.
Western colonization was an act of violence, oppression, and death.
Okay. Well, I agree.
There is no escaping this.
Well, then what are you doing here, JL? Why shouldn't you leave? Because you're on native ground.
I am on. Yes, we are all immigrants here.
Okay, so how have you reconciled this?
I do a lot of social work with the local tribes.
Okay, have you offered them the land that you're on because you stole it?
They don't view it that way.
But they don't view it how you view it.
No, I don't know. We view it as that. Yes, the land was stolen. But doing something arbitrary, but doing something as arbitrary as like take my house. It doesn't belong. My house doesn't. No, the land doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the state. Okay, I still need a house.
You could give it to the tribe.
I still need a house to live in, and so they will acknowledge that I need a house to live in. So it's not as simple as you're trying to make it out.
What
to
I'm
be.
saying is, by your logic, if it was just this, then shouldn't you be forced to go back to Europe? And who cares about you and your family? You stole it.
No, because they recognize that I was born here. And they recognize that when you're born here, you're a person of the land.
We're talking.
But you're not,
Ben. We're not going to go down the infinite rabbit hole of the sins of the father. So
you're a slave holding.
Ben,
you're a slave holding.
Ben,
the distinction you're making there is patently absurd.
Let's drag this to the ultimate extreme at this point, because apparently Israel was given to the Jews. So screw that. That was never their land. They don't have land. Nobody has land. Who owns anything? So at some point you draw a line.
Yeah, technically the whole area of Israel belongs to like the Arabs.
Wow.
No, it actually.
Wow. No. Why stop there, Ben? Let's just burn the whole house down. You want to burn the house down? We'll do it with you in it.
JL's house?
All of it.
As an Indian sacrifice.
This is where you're going. This is like the level of.
I agree with you. It's complex. I'm just saying this is where your logic is.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because you
keep saying like this righteous thing, and then it turns out you're doing the thing.
No, it doesn't, because at times you are implying nuance where there is no nuance, and there are times when you are ignoring nuance when there is nuance in order to try and draw these things. Okay, you're basically doing whatever you need to do to try and squirrel out of a position.
Well, maybe you're doing that.
Nonetheless, it comes down to it. You haven't demonstrated that souls exist. You attribute abilities to them that are covered by the brain, that are well understood through neurophysiology, fMRIs, and all the experimentation that we have done. That there's no justifiable reason, there's no rational reason to believe that souls exist. There isn't.
What about my piece of evidence?
It's an antiquated human conception. I'm not done. It's an antiquated human conception that is passed down through the ages that we are slowly but surely divesting ourselves of, because it is a pointless conception.
You think the belief in the afterlife is being divested of?
Yes, slowly but surely, as agnostics, atheists, and nuns slowly overtake Christians, which we are doing as we speak.
Well, I don't think so. It's stronger than ever. But anyways, Jail, thank
It's
you
not.
for your
It's
time.
more,
I'm going to
it's
research.
not. It's more
Wales
vocal.
language.
It's more vocal because of Christian
You may
nationalism.
be right. You may be right.
But the percentages are increasing on our end because we are able to reach more people and explain to them that these things are completely irrational and there is no rational reason to believe that they are true.
Do you think the Iranian, let's say the Iranian Ayatollah was just murdered by our nation in Israel? Do you think that the world is better if he in some ways receives a reward, or do you think it's better that he's just dead and that like we can do this with people?
What?
He was a
reward?
terrible person.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't know
hold
much
that-
about him.
He was a terrible person. I hold that by and large, the world is better for him being gone.
Mhm.
But any positivity of him being gone, any positive effect that would have on Israel was overshadowed by the fact that Israel and the United States broke the law in order
Yeah.
to do that.
I agree. Okay. Thanks, guys. I'll go. I'll take up.
That was
dang,
big.
we had Duck up in here and Duck bounced. Sorry, Duck, we couldn't get to you. This is true, Ruth. History is written by the winners. Yeah, I do hold that it was a violation of international law, and obviously it was a violation of U.S. law that the president superseded Congress to do what he did, jointly with Netanyahu, to do what they did in Iran. Do I think that I think that Iran should have been allowed to try and do that themselves, just like the Arab Spring when that took place? All they needed was social media to organize that. Iran should have been given that opportunity, but now it's potentially an even worse situation because any positivity that of Khamenei or whatever, however you pronounce his last name, of the Ayatollah now gone, Khamenei or whatever like that, but any positivity of him being deposed or him being gone, it was erased when essentially the U.S. and Israel martyred him. So, instead of allowing the country instead of allowing a sovereign nation to determine its own fate, we went in and we took that power from them. There are many that recognize that, just like there were people in Iraq that celebrated the death of Saddam. They were not celebrating how it went down. So we can't combine those two. We can't. So there are people I will. So Samuel Tawhid, I've seen you over on Taco's stream, spouting your nonsense over there, but you never defend it. But I agree. There are people that are celebrating the death of the Ayatollah. They are, because it's a dictator that's gone. But the ultimate ramification. This is why the world kind of waits with bated breath as we're speaking right now, because we don't know what's going to happen in the vacuum. So it could be really bad, maybe nothing. It's ultimately it's just ways to try and distract from distract away from the midterm shit like this. So it's not good. It's bad all around. We shouldn't have done it. We violated U.S. law and we violated international law when we did that. So that's just what it comes down to.
Yeah. Now, Rationality Rules put out a video just yesterday, actually, with regards to an interaction between Michael Knowles and
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when we're talking about the dissolution functionally of international law, where apparently, this just greenlights every other larger power to impose itself on any lesser country in any way. Because if there's no norms, I guess China's just going to start taking places.
Yep. It sets a precedent.
Yeah. So apparently kidnapping foreign presidents, straight up assassinating them, just blowing up whoever you want. It is purely might makes right. That's appears to be where we're at.
So I do want to get to this because we had some stuff coming in. So Professor Hizzle, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Moral agents versus moral patients. I like that. Thank you so much for the support there. And Avatar Stormcrow, thank you so much, has gifted 50 memberships to the Godless Army. 50 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much for that support, Avatar. You rock. That support means everything, so I do appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. And all you new members of the Godless Army, please feel free. Enjoy the emojis that I made for you. I hope you dig them. I think there's some fun ones in there. But now you have your channel badge and you have your custom emojis. And if you stick with it, the channel badge, the longer you're with the channel badge, grows, just like the Galaxy Brain meme. So the longer you're with me, though, because the longer you're a member of the channel, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? So, but thank you very much, Avatar. You rock. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sorry, it took me a second to get to that. We do have somebody in the back. Ayatollahs, can you pop on your camera to just do a quick security check, make sure everything is cool? You don't have to stay on camera, but just pop on your camera to make sure that you're a person, and we're good to go. Just doing a quick security check to make sure all is good, because we don't want to risk anything crazy happening on the stage. If we're not able to do the quick security check, I can't bring you up because I can't risk something happening on the stage that could get it possibly taken down. So just need to make sure you're a person, that you're there and you're talking and you're good to go. So just so that I can see, so I can check and see. So it's a quick security check for the safety of the stream. Until then, I won't be able to bring you up on stage. Yes, Jinju. Good to see you, Jinju. Thank you so much. Americans need to protest like the French. We do. We really, really do. So.
Yeah, so in chat, Ayatollah here just says, just here to tell you to suck Manny's balls. So I think we already got the message. So we don't.
Oh, okay. So, look at that. Oh, Avatar Storm Crow, Avatar, thank you so much. Has become a member of the Godless Army. So thank you very, very much. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. You rock. I must have missed that. Oh, it was in the private chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Love ICE, Ayatollah's balls. Love Netanyahu. Go fuck yourself, you commie woke scum. Just here to tell you to suck Khamenei's balls. I won't go on cam because you're a fucking coward pussy. So, yeah. Okay. So just wanted to disrupt the stream. Okay, I gotcha. Cool. Security check worked. How'd that? Yeah, it worked. Working as intended. What do you think, Andrew?
It's not a bug. It's
not a bug. A feature. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So pretty much a child. Just wanted to come on and just go wham, wham, wham.
I'm upset by their lack. See, they're talking about, communism. Meanwhile, reading all of their text, I'm upset with their lack of capitalism and punctuation.
Yeah. All right. So nobody in the back right now. My apologies to Duck for being unable to get to you. I know the conversation with Ben went kind of long, but I think we didn't really get to where we wanted to get, which is a bummer, but it wasn't bad. It could have been, I've definitely seen worse, but hopefully he'll go and do some of that work that we talked about. But we don't have anybody in the back right now. And if any believers are in the chat and want to talk about what they believe and why, or ask questions of a non-believer or, whatever, feel free to use the link. The link is pinned up at the top. You can join the stage and we can have a chat. And hopefully we will get somebody. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything there. Nope, we're good. Yeah, there we go. I can unstar those because I've covered those. So, and thank you so much. Philo 5227 is a member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Philo. I do appreciate that support. Please enjoy the new channel badge and all the custom emojis. I hope you dig those. So thank you very much for that support. You rock. Bunch of new members today. That's awesome. I see Joe Rocker is back in the chat. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Krakatoon, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you being here. That Opal guy, says if you make them salty, they're self-seasoning. Ah, yes. Krakatoon, we've had one person up on stage. It was a pretty long conversation. It was with Ben Thorpe. I saw Leo Filius as well in the chat. Good to see you, Leo Filius. I don't know if you're still listening, but I appreciate you coming in, and thank you for being here. So you haven't missed too much, Crack. You're good to go. But there's got to be a believer. I got to have at least 60 people in the chat. This is awesome. We were up to like almost 80 there for a moment. That was pretty awesome. So hopefully we will get another believer in who can actually have a conversation instead of a child who wants to run their mouth like a coward. See, that's the one thing. It's kind of a bummer. Unlike TikTok, I can't just like. I think I can't just bring. I think Restream also has the ability to just to have their voice accessible and their voice where people can hear that, but it doesn't have that on StreamYard. At least I don't think it does. To actually just have their voice up instead of having to bring them fully on camera. That would be awesome. That would be a nice feature.
Mm.
Got to be somebody. Oh no, Leo Phillips. I hear Leo Phillips is a Marxist. Oh. Leo Phillips would have to answer that question himself. I'm not 100% sure on what his stance on that is. So I'm hoping that my friend, another friend, Jay Patrick will pop by. I want to see how he's doing. And Jefferson Spatchcock, he would be awesome to pop in. I see him occasionally now. I know that he's got a lot of stuff going on that both of them do. And I know that Jay might be asleep at this point because he works nights. But oh, awesome. Oh, cool. Awesome. Very cool. I need to get back to you on the message that you sent me about that. So I've just been busy trying to go down my checklist, get stuff done. I'm glad that I'm feeling better now because even while I was recording that last video that I dropped yesterday, I could still kind of hear it in my voice that still, but thankfully I'm feeling a hell of a lot better now. So I won't have to, I can focus on my next video, which I think is going to be really, really interesting. And I hope people will enjoy. So, but trying to get down my checklist of shit that I've got to get done. So just been crazy busy over here. Oh, let's see. Oh, Joe's going to town. That's true. Don't tell stupid people they're smart. That does not help them. Agreed. So yeah, any believers that are in the chat, I know that there might be one or two. Would love to have you up if you have questions or if you want to present evidence or an argumentation for what you believe and why. Love to hear what you have to say. All you have to do is, there's no excuse. All you have to do is click the link that's pinned up at the top and you can join the stage. We'll do a quick security check just to make sure everything's copacetic, and then we'll bring you up and we can have a chat. So please come on up. Feel free. Hey, Kids Love Satan. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. I do apologize. I didn't get to say hello to everybody, to every individual that got a new membership, because it doesn't show me that on StreamYard. But I did see how many people got new ones. That would have taken me a moment. So there's got to be until we get a new one to keep the conversation going. I'm kind of curious, just to speculate, just speculate a little bit, Andrew. What do you think? You have any thoughts about where we currently are as far as what just happened over in the Middle East? Holding, are we just going to be in a holding pattern, or do you think this is going to open the door, or what do you think? What's your opinion on where we currently are?
Yeah, I barely track, but if I look at the historical record, what happened in Libya? Slave markets, the complete rise of ISIS and takeover,
right?
Everything burning to the ground, took out Saddam Hussein, who, while being an absolute monster, was the only thing keeping all of those other groups from killing each other. So that whole country also fell apart. So basically, there's been a long history of toppling anthills with no cleanup plan. There is no exit strategy. There's also no entry strategy. It's let's just light, everything up with napalm.
Right.
So, so far, there's no strategy. The lack of strategy is a statement unto itself.
True. Agree with that.
So what happens when Iran's there? What does Iran mitigate by being what it was? Who's to say you don't end up with a worse dictator in place? See, that's the worst thing. See, even saying, well, it's not a regime change if you don't actually implant the next guy. But you also don't know who the next guy is going to be. So it's like, do you think you even did yourself a favor? It's like, oh, shit. Khomeini's looking maybe good next to the next guy. Who knows? Right. Who knows? That's the whole thing. We're stuck on a who knows. Let's just toss international law without the plan.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing. It's like, forget about a failed plan, right? We got zero. It's like
just like basically like handing it over to the people was like weird. Like when Trump said that this may be their only opportunity, but there wasn't anything like funded or even set up to like fill that power vacuum. So there's no telling what's going to happen in the aftermath or what their retaliation is going to be or how they're going to react. I have no idea. So I think that's why everybody's kind of sitting on the edge of their seat right now just to see what happens next. I honestly don't know. I'm concerned. Obviously, we are like with what we're doing in Cuba, starving people in Cuba, what we did in Venezuela, and just to steal their oil. This administration committing basically just murder of civilians all off the coast of Venezuela, off the coast of the South American coast. What we just did in Iran, what precedents that's going to set for the rest of the world, what we're not doing in Ukraine, and props to Canada, huge props to Canada for the $1.2 billion package to assist Ukraine against Russia because, we're not doing because, Trump's a fucking Russian puppet and is not going to do anything to upset Putin. So maybe he will. Maybe he'll declare himself because he's like the acting president of Venezuela. Maybe so he's the acting president of Iran. Who friggin' knows? Well, I do know that the Republicans have a really bad. The GOP has a really bad habit of putting up presidents that are easily manipulated by Netanyahu. So,
well, that seems to be kind of the pattern since its inception because it's kind of a mutual parasitism in my mind where they've got a wedge. So Israel would be using all of the other powers for their goals, and they use Israel as the justifier, as this beacon of democracy, which democracy apparently comes at the hands of just making sure that they can only vote who we want them to vote into power. So by that token, they are just, as I said, a wedge in the Middle East, a launching point, and grants them an air of legitimacy in exercising power. It's a threat to peace in the area because of our ally. Therefore, we get to exercise our full power. As I said, mutual parasitism. So it's not, for instance, the idea that America is being controlled by Israel. No, it's mutual parasitism. That's what this is. This is like AIDS infects herpes, news at 11.
Cool. Thank you, Philo, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. If Christ were to return today, he would be tagged a Marxist by Fox News, put on the no-fly list because he's from the Middle East. No doubt. He definitely was, communistic, or definitely a socialist. You could say definitely a socialist, probably, leaning towards communism as far as the empowerment of the people and equal, that for people to get what they've, I would say there's some ideology. There's some concept or aspects of that ideology I think that Jesus would agree with, but he was definitely a socialist. I'm actually have a video coming up. It's interesting you bring it up. I have a video coming up about a guy that's actually I don't know if I want to spoil it because it's really really funny. A guy, this dude who made videos like what's the name of his thing? Destroyed atheism, like the atheism destroyed. and with like a couple of questions, and he claims to like know politics because he studied it all his life, and then he makes a pretty glaring error. But that'll be coming up in a video that'll be coming up in a new video that I think y'all will enjoy. The irony is just hilarious to me. Jesus will not be returning. He was nailed to a cross, not a boomerang. Good point. Good point, Bob. Appreciate that. And J Money, good to see you. Says, what's good? You go. It's good, champ. Hopefully all is well. Baba Yaga predicted World War III in 2026. Get ready, everyone. The Baba Yaga. So John Wick predicted World War III in 2026. But good to see you, J Money. Appreciate you being here, bud. Thank you very much. I'm actually kind of curious. I
think we should go back to The Simpsons. If we want predictions, apparently they're pretty on point.
So I think you mean, so J Money, just to throw it out there, I don't think you mean Baba Yaga, because Baba Yaga is a Russian witch from legend. I think you mean Baba Vanga. So Baba Vanga is often quoted as predicting that a major global conflict could break out in 2026, alongside first contact with extraterrestrial life, which is why you see that popping up in Reddit. So often people talking about aliens and probably the shit coming from the government, stuff like that. But yeah, that's Baba Vanga's predictions. So not Baba Yaga, Baba Vanga is who you're talking about. I think there's also some stuff about Nostradamus as well that Christ should have opened a fish and chips franchise. He would have made billions as his food costs would have been extremely low. Good point. Excellent point. I think that Christ, that the Jesus character, and Joe, I saw your comment to me, your message on Discord. That's why I was laughing. So yes, yeah, I see what you're saying. What Jesus should have done was, after he purportedly resurrected, he should have gone straight back to Pilate. Like, why didn't he? You think that the God would know that? Jesus shows back up. He goes straight to Pilate. See, look, I'm resurrected. You can't kill me. I mean, imagine the shockwaves that would have gone through Rome had that happened. It wouldn't have to show up to 500 people. Just show up to the dude who's in charge in that area, Pilate. Yeah, you saw me executed, and here I am now. Haha, I survived. Maybe they try to execute him again, and then he comes back again. So there'd be a point where literally the government would have to be like, he's a god. Oh, but that didn't happen, which is really weird, because you think that the God itself would know that appearing to Pilate would have had the ramifications, the ongoing ramifications that it wanted, confirmation that the God exists and this is what's true and blah, 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 instead of relying on one guy to make a claim about 500 people that were never named and can't be verified. So kind of silly, kind of an oversight, a weird oversight from an omniscient entity. So they'd spawn camp his ass. You fucking camping bitch. It's a legitimate strategy. Darren Delaney, good to see you, says, would Pilate recognize the Jesus character? He would if Jesus wanted him to. He would if Jesus wanted him to. It has to be part of his plan. What says I mean, it's weird that God would need a plan. Like, God needs to go from A to B to C to D to E to F in order to accomplish something. It's really weird. Why would God what necessitates that God has to go through a plan? Because all of the aspects contained within that are all within its purview. So if it wants to do something, it simply does it. If human beings can wind up if human beings can wind up in a logically possible state, God could just make us in that state. It doesn't have to go from A to B to C to D to E to accomplish, F. It's not the way it works. Unless, of course, there is some sort of metaphysical substrate that the God itself must necessarily adhere to. But that would mean it's not ultimate. So it's just an entity doing shit by the rules that something else established. So I'm not censoring anything. What are you doing? I haven't censored anybody. Oh, I didn't time you out. Ooh. I didn't time you. I didn't time you out. Did somebody time? I don't see who gets timed out. I can still see your stuff, Joe, but I didn't time you out. That was a mod that handled that. So if you said something and got timed out by a mod, my cucks. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. You're not being censored. Just try not to violate TOS, okay? I'm just saying, if one of the mods timed you out, there was a reason they did. I trust their judgment, okay? But I can see you talking now, so obviously you're not. It was momentary. So just Okay. So I'll say this, just as a reminder, because I feel I have to do this now. To the mods, to the people that have mods, getting butthurt is not a reason to time somebody out. Obviously, yeah, I would say justice for Joe. I would say violations of TOS, which you should be familiar with as a mod, that's a reason to time someone out, okay? But don't time somebody out just because someone got butthurt, all right? Someone said something that you didn't like. People say shit that people don't like all the time. It's a free exchange of ideas. We have to be open. We cannot. This is not about the people who wantonly want to violate shit. Those are the people that need to be timed out. Okay, but so if Joe calls somebody dumb, it's his opinion that they're dumb. He's entitled to his opinion. He's allowed to voice that. He just can't violate TOS. Okay, so he can say all the F words and all the SA. You can say all the curse words he wants. All right, but so long as it's a violate TOS, so long as it's not, advocating for self-harm, advocating for unaliving, advocating for some violent act that would be breaking the law, homophobia, transphobia, whatever. As long as it's not, crossing those lines. If it was a slur he used, that's one thing. Okay, I know that. So Joe, I'm not saying you did it, but if you use the R word, that may be problematic. Okay, so just that's all it is. If he was ableist language, that's one thing. Okay, so I'm not saying that you did. I'm not saying that you did, but I'm saying but the mods know, at least the mods know now. Don't time people out just because someone said something that you didn't like. Okay, the whole point of the conversation is for people to say things that we oftentimes don't like. So we ought to make sure that doesn't, we don't want to get into that habit, is the point. Philo, thank you so much for the $5 freedom dollars. As for the Jews, Israelites being God's chosen people, they sure got their asses kicked a lot. Ouch. It's kind of true. Kind of true. Always had to have somebody else come in and save their asses. Thank you, Cyrus. I appreciate that.
That just rests on the assumption of what God chose them for. Maybe it could be our chosen masochists.
It could be the whipping boy, the whipping people. It's like, these are the people who are going to get all the shit.
Like, these are the people who will maximally both follow me and take it like a bitch.
I will say that historically speaking, the whole conquest of Judea and Judean, like the Judean Jews and how they treated other tribes, historically not great. Just because they believe their God said, go ahead and slaughter all these people and take their land because they don't believe what you believe, that's pretty assy. And it's a good way to give yourself a particular reputation. So, I mean, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to blame the victim here, but, act like a dick, get treated like a dick. I'm not saying that someone's going to misconstrue that. It's like that they obviously the shit that went down in World War II, not acceptable by any stretch of the imagination. But, you read the Bible, you get a sense, a bunch of entitled motherfuckers believe that they were owed something and went out and got it at the tip of a sword, slaughtering people left and right. Honestly, my position on Israel these days is kind of Nietzschean. Israel has stared too long into the abyss and has become the thing that it once fought against as far as monsters go. So, which is what we would expect. It's human society. There's no gods involved. So, none whatsoever.
It's a recurring theme in literature where the victims eventually gain power just to become the victimizers.
Yeah. Pick themselves up by their bootstraps. That's it right there. So let's so if we can reset the I hate the term lower the temperature, the phrase lower the temperature. But if we can kind of reset the conversation with Joe. Joe is espousing his opinion. Let's just like if there's a conversation to be had, there's a conversation to be had. But let's not get out of the way. Let's not let it get out of control. Let's not quibble. Let's not bicker and argue about who butthurt who. Monty Python reference there. Duck.
Hey, what up? Good to see you.
Sorry we couldn't get to you earlier. I know that conversation went for a bit, and I saw you on. So just trying to keep the stage as streamlined as possible. So.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I heard you guys talking geopolitics and wondered if you want, I can, maybe we can talk a little bit about that, or whatever is good.
I'm not a fan of what the U.S. has done. It's a violation of U.S. law and it's a violation of international law. That's pretty much where I fall down on it. I mean, so any positivity of getting the Ayatollah out of there is overshadowed by the fact that we broke the law to make it happen. So
and that is, I think that's like an academic view too, where I mean, it's perfectly valid to see that Israel and the United States, they have tensions, and in the worst of times, what these are, and whether or not this was a worst of time or is a worst of time, that competition is shadowed. It still lives alongside like geopolitical descriptions, right? And those can be for either those can be about like the present moment. They can be about a year. They can also be about 10, 20, 30 years in the future. And so one of the things people didn't mention prior to the conflict even is that there's still this really nagging regional problem where you have there's states like Saudi Arabia, Jordan, who see energy liberalization, who see globalization as generally a positive force. And then you have other states like Iran who would say, well, the reality is the competitive reality, the just how it is reality, how I feel about it is this stuff doesn't do any good for us, right? We're if you're an Arab state or you're a Persian state, seeing those the divides that happen, it becomes enormously important. And then we killed a guy, right? You assassinated Supreme Leader Khomeini, right? Khomeini.
The Ayatollah. I'm not sure how to I've heard his last name pronounced. It's like Khamenei or Khamenei or Kamehameha. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, the Ayatollah. That was straight up. It was a murder. Yeah, we broke law. We broke the law to do it. We broke international law. We broke U.S. law because he circumvented Congress. He just went and did it without Congress's approval, which is insane. Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini, but
Khomeini.
Once you kill the guy,
previous.
Once you kill the guy, no one gives a fuck either, right? Like once how do you say your name? No one gives a fuck, right? I don't care. I don't.
Yeah, well,
don't care.
We should, obviously that he should be brought up on war crimes. He should be impeached for war crimes. It's what he's done. Killing the civilians that he killed in those boats with no evidence whatsoever that they were carrying drugs. That's a war crime. What he did in Venezuela, that was a war crime. What he's doing right now in Cuba, embargoing Cuba and starving them out, that's a war crime. What he just did in Iran, that's a war crime. So
yeah, I mean that stuff goes, that stuff goes far, right? When we look at bad actors that happen, you know, there's an interesting view, right? Because I'm deeply American. I have some conservative sort of national leanings, values, I would say. But when you see these American presidents, one way to say that, like, Iranians might view this is these American presidents that cycle through themselves 4 years, 8 years, 4 years, 8 years. And when you look at the sum total of the millions of people that the US has killed in geopolitics and why there is war, what our economy is like. And then, you do have guys like Ayatollah Khamenei. And so, you're an autocrat, right? No one's going to deny that. And then you can also look at these 20, 30-year periods. And some people would say, well, if you're looking to see who's got the bigger set of watermelons here for the bad guy award, both look pretty bad, right? Both can look pretty bad when you're viewing it from the same sort of, because we're adults, right? We're grown-ups, we're adults, so we can have that conversation still. We can cycle through it and kind of figure it out. We can raise our kids to be peaceful people. These are all things that are really important to us.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious as where it's going to go, like where it's going to go from here. Like, what's Israel going to do? What's going to happen to the Iranian people? I have no idea. Iran could sit around. Iran could go scorched earth and just take it out on the populace, on their own populace, and we did that. That could happen. They could go full on strike against Israel with everything they have, wind up getting themselves destroyed, wind up harming Israel. Who knows? Other countries could get involved. There's no telling what's going to happen. It's insane.
And this is, I think Donald Trump, since 2015, has been playing on this perception that there's also non-state actors, these groups across the Middle East, that there's such a thing as like a terrorist state, which is, it's sort of funny when you, I'm sure I would find tons of people and systems in Iran that I dislike. I don't like, right? And I'm sure that remains true and becomes more true over time, right? But it's also the case that, Trump didn't talk about how, well, the US, we learned about our buddies in Pakistan. We learned about our buddies in Israel. We learned about, we don't have these sort of in-bed relationships with anyone. But when you think about like a terrorist state, and this is an important thing for us and for Europe, that you can have terrorism being promoted. It's not it doesn't have to be a small thing. But we learn about that. And so what you do as a result is you say, well, one of our core national security objectives is somehow addressed. It has to be addressed in some way by assassinating this guy, by murdering him. So how is that? I just don't get that, right? It becomes this deluge of bullshit. And you're like, well, the wise guys have it all in the bag. I don't personally understand it.
It's power. That's what it comes down to, is power. Not to, and to do anything at all costs to try and hold on to it. If Trump descends us into war, like a war, that obviously will have a major impact on the upcoming midterms. It's all about maintaining power, is what it is, because the fuckers know they're going to lose. Historically, it's guaranteed. It's a certainty. Any Republican president since, I think, Truman, who has gone into the midterms with a lower than 50% approval rating, has always lost the House. They know they've lost. Texas and Louisiana and Kentucky and I think it was Virginia, but the states are showing them that they're going to lose. But
if you say that, JL, if you say that too often and too hard, people are going to say you're like this pussy, right? They're going to say you're like this Che Guevara where yeah, and what I personally don't care about your ideology at all. It's not that important to me, but when, the sort of point is as much as we can have our political fights, our disputes and all this stuff. And when it sort of comes down to it, you're always going to have some hawkish people in Congress. You're always going to have to manage that trajectory around the year. And so we should have some conscious people, Democrats and Republicans, libertarians. If even I hate anarchic libertarian sort of ideology. It's bullshit, but we should really be supporting these people, find the things we agree on. And now it's too late, right? Now it's too late because we're going to war in Iran, and we're going to war somewhere in the Middle East. Who knows? It's too late. That's really unfortunate, isn't it?
It's not. We're not in a good place. Like I said, like Andrew was pointing out, there's no forward thinking here. It's just in the moment, no plan whatsoever, no like foresight, no like anticipation of what could happen next, no preparation. It's just smash and grab is all it is. It's just it's incompetent to a level of just self-destructiveness that is just it's appalling to me.
Do the temple massage, JL. Do the temple massage, and while we think about peace, maybe our meditation and our hopes and prayers are a little more than that. Who knows?
That's why the wife and I are seriously considering relocating to somewhere very, very rural and getting as far away as possible, because to even more rural than I am now, to a larger property, more acreage, just I'm not saying we're going to go all like fucking Ruby Ridge and shit, but just like away from everybody, because I still need internet and shit like that. But I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't. I do know that if people don't have a plan in place to get the fuck out, okay, given what's going on, have a plan in place. Make sure you got to do have your passport, have what you need, make connections, do whatever you can. Just have a plan to get away. Okay, we have our plan just in case the shit hits the fan. We have a plan, and we're unfortunate.
I think the sad part about planning in geopolitics too is like when we for our own lives, right? We look at the SEAL guys, they got you can have your bug out bag, you've got all this stuff that's really important for you to have in that situation. But a lot of people, when you're living in a geography, you don't have that option, right? You don't have that option. And so saying that, maybe this is where I'm kind of naive, but it's kind of like, well, I don't understand why we can't just get along right now. I don't understand why we can just now make the decision that we are not going to fight. And that's it, right? It's basically saying, if you cannot add that context into scarcity, and you can't add that context into competition, well, we just don't do that. We choose not to do that instead. Or I have no idea.
Yeah, no, like Colorado Biker. Good to see you, Colorado Biker. Says going to go to my wife's family in Patagonia, Argentina. Like I said, it's about being prepared. My father raised me that way. It was one of the few like real positives that I'm not trying to throw my dad under the bus, but my dad did the best he could with what he had. But I'll say that one of the positives that he gave for my life, one of the few positives he gave for my life, was instilling my brother and I, the mentality of my brother and I, to be prepared for whatever comes, because there's no reason to not be. And so I've carried that with my whole life. It was reinforced my whole time through Scouts, becoming an Eagle Scout all the years I was in there. Always anticipating what could potentially go wrong, hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and always have an exit plan. Always know what's going on, know your surroundings, know what's happening here.
Yeah, and not
true.
having ambition, that goes really far too. Not having ambitions, to be, some people are raised with a sense of patriotic duty, and that's also not the same. Having that humanitarian, that service-oriented mindset, that's not the same as having ambitions to be a mass murderer, right? And some people just say, I'm one of these guys. Guys like us, we got to get the body count up. Guys like us, we want that challenge. We live for it, and and when you never say that and you just happen to become the asshole, boy, I don't know what to say about that. Really.
Javers does bring up. I also says JL. You also came from a proper Boy Scout troop. Well, the last of the survival troops. That is true. My Scoutmaster was a 20-year, the 22-year Army veteran Rangers, and so was airborne. And that dude brought a level of training to what we experienced on the month, because we did monthly, what he called monthly excursions. Typically in Boy Scouts they just call them camping trips, like a monthly camping trip, but we did monthly excursions. That was the rappelling one, teaching us how to tie our own deals after having to rely on harness, tie your own harness with a rope. And I messed it up. I can guarantee you I never messed it up after that. I got it right the first time every time after that. But Javers is scout leader was a Marine, right? And Scoutmaster Wolf taught us big time. We went deliberately into rough situations. I remember I loved the excursion that we had out at Fort Hood, when he would bring us out to Fort Hood to spend a weekend out there. That was always awesome. But everything we learned about what we needed to do is the only reason why because I got to go to Philmont twice. And I don't know if you're familiar with Philmont. Philmont is what they call high adventure. It's basically a hiking, camping trek through the New Mexico mountains that lasts approximately 2 weeks. And our trek was always the super strenuous trek. It covered all the major peaks in there, Mount Phillips, Mount Black, Mount Baldy, so on and so forth. But we did that every year, and we always had an amazing time because we were trained so well to be able to go out there and do that. And except for the one time when one of our leaders got giardia because he did not iodine his water thoroughly enough, and he had to be care flighted off the mountain, which was pretty messed up. But nonetheless, always had a blast and knowing what to do in these situations. I am as comfortable in the Pacific Northwest with a knife as I am sitting here in my office working on content. And it's only because of my dad and because of my Scoutmasters who trained me that way. So
that's awesome. I did that's cool. I got to go a lot of places with my own dad. Because we did what's it called? Scout guides, or like it was called Indian. It was called Indian Guides or something like that. I don't know.
Philo, I know that there's a Mount Baldy in Arizona, but there's also a Mount Baldy up in Philmont, at Clemens Scout Ranch. Clemens Scout Ranch is pretty badass. It's this massive area. I don't even know what the square mileage of it is now, but Ted Turner was a huge billionaire. Ted Turner was a huge supporter of the Scouts, and he donated all the land that he had bought up there in northern New Mexico and that whole thing. He donated all of that to the Scouts for their use. So it's a private Boy Scout excursion area. And
is it open today, or are they're closing it?
They do their summer excursions. The thing is, with Philmont, you can get a job there working as a ranger, and which will be seasonal. You have a light pack, and then you go out with a trek. You spend a couple of days with them to make sure they acclimate, and then you hike yourself back to base camp, pick up another trek, take them out, do the same thing over and over again. Or you could be on staff. And you could be on staff. You could be like at base camp, or you could be at one of the other like camps that are out there that teach you stuff that kind of like live out there for the whole thing, which is pretty wild. So
my dad, he was a good guy. And so we had a Jeep. The family, it was his Jeep, but my family had a Jeep. And so what we would do is we would consistently, and this is totally outside the geopolitics conversation, but we would, and if it's true, we would go four-wheeling, and then we would also go set up our tent. So we would have these two things that we could go do, and we kept doing it. That was the amazing part. And so we would fill up these little jugs of water we had. And when I say water, what I mean is like, you'd go to the spout, you'd find that good northern water in Arizona, you'd put water in the jug, so you had water. And then at the end of it, we would come back after four-wheeling, hiking, fishing, all this stuff. And And despite it being maybe cold or it was kind of difficult to get the work in we had to set up the campsite because it's so hard. By the end of it, we would have a nice little campsite set up. And so learning how to make that little space for ourselves, it's so important, right? And it's one of those things that humans have solved for centuries.
Yeah. And to answer that, I just had to look up Philmont Scout Ranch is roughly 220 square miles. So 140,000, roughly a little over 140,000 140,000 acres of rugged mountain wilderness, which is just awesome. Ted Turner was a G. He gave us WCW. Yes, he did. I know that Skeptic Philosophy asked a question. Give me 1 second. Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Said, what is that tattoo on your arm? Is that a measurement? So he's talking about those. What you're looking at is Ogham, which is the ancient Irish language. It harkens back to, obviously, it's a callback to my ancestry on my father's side. Ancient Irish ancient Irish written word, where each symbol, depending upon which side it's on, which side of the line it's on, it corresponds to a specific letter. Not all letters that are in the current English alphabet were represented in Ogham, but it's a two-part phrase. So there's actually a bit of a story. All my tattoos have like an extensive story behind all of them. And so there's a story behind this one right here as far as these two go. So it's a two-part phrase that is expressed on either arm, and it's a reminder to me of how I need to conduct myself, conduct my way to conduct myself in my life. There's a big long ass story that goes into that. I don't know if people are interested in hearing that as to what is the inspiration behind these tattoos. So
that's awesome, JL. I feel lame because mine doesn't go back further than my parents. And so I got this at a tattoo expo. I got one on my chest too. It says Philia, and then I got a big one up my side. Yeah, the Irish language is very cool and very interesting. Yeah, it's really awesome. And so one of the things I believe is that, like, if you came up to me while I was working and said you were speaking Gaelic or something like that, and maybe you were, maybe you weren't, I would still believe that you're a person who deserves respect and dignity in the sense that we all mean.
So, and Callaghan, chick, good to see you. And Callaghan, okay, so I feel like I'm kind of like rambling here. But we haven't gotten a theist up yet to really talk about what they believe and why. So I figure I can break this down. The two lines right here. Okay, so a lot of it goes to my heritage. Obviously, the language itself is Ogham, which goes back to my father's heritage, to my Irish heritage on my father's side. And the way just that ancient legend there, and so the ancient writing language there. So the other part of it is what it says. Now, effectively, this translates to pick me up, send me away, is what this translates to. And that is an Ogham translation per the letters that are available within that language to essentially pick me up and pick me up, cast me away. But there's no A's in or cast me out, cast me or says like send me out or something like that. But the translation comes from, the phrase comes from the inscription that was on either side of the legendary blade Excalibur. And so the legend of King Arthur, which is Welsh, and I have on my mother's side have lineage that goes back to there. The idea is that obviously in the legend, King Arthur pulls the blade. He pulls the blade. Excalibur has pick me up and cast me away inscribed on the other side in ancient runes. And the purpose of the blade was to remind him that just because you have power does not it was basically temperance in the use of power. Just because you have it doesn't mean that you should always wield it. And so Excalibur was a powerful weapon that should be used at times and set down when it is not necessary. So don't rely upon that. Be cognizant of what you can do with your power. Don't wield it when you don't need to wield it. And so these two lines remind me to keep in mind that to always to try, and I oftentimes feel like I'm failing at it, but I try to remind myself as often as I can. Just because you have the power to destabilize or destroy or take away someone's belief or their faith, it should not be wielded without recognizing the power that it has. And sometimes it should not be wielded at all. And so when I approach conversations with individuals whose identities are deeply entrenched in what they believe in these kinds of belief concepts, I try to be as cognizant as I can about attacking that, so it doesn't turn into just a fight where we're talking against each other like I'm attacking them personally, which is oftentimes what they interpret it as. So to be judicious in how I approach the conversation and who I'm approaching the individual that I'm approaching a conversation with. So just because I can do it, just because I can destroy that, just because I can tear it down, I can show that it's silly, that I can show that a God doesn't exist. Just doing that to somebody willy-nilly, just like coming up like, I slammed you like this, doesn't mean that you should. So it reminds me to be cognizant and to be aware and to use that and to use that kind of argumentation responsibly. So it's a way to conduct myself going in my intersocial in my interaction. So
I would echo it, because if you go on like what's it called, like Reddit, or definitely Twitter, X, some people see X and be like, well, these guys, this isn't where like ABC News or Fox News or any of the big outlets want to do like live streams, right? It's all YouTube. But one of the reasons is because when people are just being completely cruel to each other, when like the most important thing is being right, and everyone's like, oh my God, that's so deep, so profound. And it's like, yeah, that it is. It is, and it was deep and profound. And on the other side of the aisle, it's like, well, if you don't see social media as a way to live more peacefully, which you don't, then what are you doing here? Why are you on the internet, right? No one gets to tell you that, but why the fuck are you on the internet?
are you asking me that, or
No, it's
rhetorical. Okay,
another rhetorical question.
Yeah,
another rhetorical question.
So I hope that explanation. I mean, I know it's a bit of a story. All my tattoos have stories behind them. The one on this arm, the one up here, are deeply important to me and are important aspects. The tattoo here is of the logos in Greek, and the idea of the rhetoric of the power of language, the power of logic, the power of reason, and that's very, very important to me as far as the dialectic goes. Pathos and ethos are also important, but not as important. So, the logic and the logic, the reason, and the rhetoric are very, very important to me. So that's on this side. This side is actually a tattoo that I got after my dad passed in 2004, and that was back when I was still a believer. So, but the reason I'm glad that I still have it is because it reminds me where I came from. It reminds me the silliness of this, and but it's important because it was a part of me. So I see how far I've come with that. Not to mention, it still kind of commemorates my dad in that respect as to when he passed. There's a couple of important things in there. There's some Celtic design in there, and there's the symbol for my astrological sign. I'm a Gemini, and that was worked into it as well.
How long have you been a Gemini for, JL?
Well, per the definition of Gemini, since I was born.
Okay, got it. Cool. I'm a Leo. As it turns out,
my wife is a Leo.
Okay, that's maybe why we get along. I'm like a faraway little brother or something like that.
Probably maybe a better one, because my brother's a dick. I love my brother. I love my actual brother, but my brother is a dick.
Value family, right? That's all I'm saying is value family.
I mean, if needed, if my brother called me and he was like, "I need you, help," and I would come and help him. But it would be a whole thing, because my brother.
my family and I have always had such a like a you know, we've always had a really close bond, and even times when we broke out of like kind of main thing we were talking about or doing at that time, like you know, the thing that I imagine, more than anything is that like it's not just genes, right? It's you know, your time together. It's those social bonds that are really deep in our language, our activities, our behaviors. Those are all the things that to me, like when you can widen that pot, when you can widen that pot and make it bigger, like those are the things that to me carry a lot of currency.
Avatar says some men are born Gemini, some must earn it. Good, yeah, I like that. I kind of dig that. But yeah, let's see, 1 second. Jail said, many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them? Exactly. Yeah. Very, very Tolkien, straight up. Many that live deserve death. Some that die deserve life. Are you the one to give it, or can you give it to them? Are you the one to make these decisions? And so,
honestly, what you feel, JL?
Temperance and
can you pull the quote back up real quick? Can you pull that?
Yeah, it's right. It's from Lord of the Rings.
I want to see it.
It was Gandalf's words to Frodo.
Yeah. Yep. So, and if I remember correctly, Gandalf was in retirement, wasn't he, or something?
Well, that was when they were on
before they started the quest. He wasn't like doing active witch and wizard things.
I don't think so. I think he was. Oh shit! It's been forever since. I don't think so. In the time between The Hobbit and, because remember in the books, they're like Frodo had the ring for like 17 years. So like in the time between Bilbo's birthday and Gandalf realizing that, or suspecting that he had the ring, and then he took off to go to Minas Tirith to go investigate, and he was gone for like 17 years before he finally figured out that Frodo did have the One Ring, and then he showed back up. And I know in the movies it happens like, you know, that fast, but I think like 17 years had passed. And so I know that for vast stretches of time, I believe that he was assisting here and there, kind of going about doing, I don't think he was like really retired, but just kind of in between, because he was like just doing what wizards do, you know, after the events with Smaug. And then
there's a fly around me.
Yeah.
I'm so
after
sorry.
the events with Smaug, and then Bilbo returned home and began his deal. Gandalf was just doing what wizards do until he showed up for Bilbo's birthday and realized, does this cat have the One Ring? Oh dear, I have to go investigate, you know, and then was gone for 17 years. And then he shows back up, you know, and it's like, Gandalf was never retired until he left Middle Earth. Right.
Have you seen, I wanted to show you this, Joe.
Hey, Boomer, Gandalf was retired after fighting the Balrog. Good point. And then he came back, Gandalf 2.0. I have returned now. I have returned to you now at the turn of the tide.
I can't find it. I used to have this copy of Harry Potter with these gold bound leaves and stuff on it. And so, but yeah, it was a gift, and it has these really nice animations. It's one of those books that has like the sheets in the paper. And so as you and I are talking, like one of the things again that I realize is that, the conversation that we're having is about not just Lord of the Rings, it's about many books and all books, which is again, it's so awesome to hear. Yeah, it's incredible.
I love that. One of my favorite memes is that someone took the still from Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, when Rigetti and with the two like bumbling pirates are in a boat, and Rigetti is reading a book, and in the movie it's the Bible, and he's reading, and it's upside down, and he's like, you can't read, it's the Bible, you get credit for trying. Someone turned it into a meme where he's like, you can't read, it's the Silmarillion, you get credit for trying. So, and I agree with that totally. So Oh,
All right,
come
I'm
on.
gonna go
It's
run
gotta be-
JL. Good
Okay,
talking
bud.
politics. We'll see you, man. Take care.
Have a good one, bud. Be good.
Bye.
There's got to be a believer. There's got to be a believer. Boomer, I have not yet watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I have heard good things, a kind of a return to form after the shit show that was obviously the last season of Game of Thrones. But I've heard good things about it. I don't have HBO, so I have to wait till it's available. But yeah, but I've heard good things about it. So many personal attacks. Oh, you should watch it now. You see, that's what I hear. That's what I hear, Boomer. I hear Night of the Seven Kingdoms is really good. So come on, dude. I don't pirate. Don't do that. Don't now. I don't. I can't justify doing it myself. I really can't. I might be able to make that work in Caligon. If you're talking to me, I might be able to make that work. I'm hoping. Typically, we have 10, 11, 12, 1. Oh, dang. We've gone to 3. So 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Gone for this has been 5 hours. Only had one person come up, which is kind of a bummer. Was hoping that we would have got another believer. We didn't have Blessed Be He show up or any of the other ones. But then again, the audience retention for this stream has been amazing. You know, as many people that are here, and of course, all of the super chats, all of the super thanks, all the super chats, the milestone chats are fantastic. You guys rock. So I appreciate that. We're past the 5 hour mark. Typically, I only go for 4, but we went to 3 this time. We went to 5 this time. So yeah, we went to 3 o'clock.
Hold on. Wait a second. We've only been active for 3 hours here, as far as my clock is concerned.
So I started at 10. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. I'm looking there. I'm such an idiot.
It's
10,
like
11, 12,
wait a
1.
second.
I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
I'm
It's
just
1
here for
o'clock.
rounding
It's not
error.
3 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. So
Rounding
but
error.
yeah. So it's a rounding error, definitely. So 1, 2, so 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So we got an
Great.
hour left. Yeah, we got an hour left. Fantastic.
Woo. I know, it's just quality time. See, it's just, it adds up. But I had a thought going way back. I decided to like sideline it until the conversation came back around to the idea. But since we've cleared the floor, we're talking about power vacuums before with regards to the situation with no exit strategy. I have a cynical thought for you. What if not having a strategy is the strategy? Because as nature abhors a vacuum, isn't this ANCAP paradise? ANCAP. Anybody who wants to profit from the chaos. You see, you don't have to have a plan when the plan is to leave situations in chaos where people can profit from chaos. You don't have to announce a plan, therefore you're not culpable for the outcome. Yet you still get what you want when the predators know what's waiting for them. Come take your pickings. Cynical, yes. I'm going to advertise it as cynical right now. Now, you're probably going to want to dwell on that for a bit.
Shit,
yeah. So that's the thing, is it's plausible deniability. You don't have to take accountability for what's out there. Just like going, I don't know what's going to take, think about all the backroom deals of not saying what you're going to do.
Oh, he didn't get mad at you. I don't think he did. That was to you. Did you see that, Andrew?
Oh, Matt, I have no idea what's talking there.
I don't think he got mad at you.
No, I have no idea what's going on there.
Colorado Biker says, worst case scenario, the Taliban come into Iran and take it over from Afghanistan. There's so much bad shit that can happen in the situation. It really is. So it's just not good. Not good at all. Well, I'm hoping that I don't want to like hold people here, and in the event that a theist shows up or a believer shows up, hoping to have another one come along.
No, they're volunteers. Remember, they're not slaves. They can leave at any time.
This is true. They can. No one is conscripted to stay. I just people. I don't want people waiting for something that's not going to happen. And that it forces me to vamp, and there's not much to other than other than the chaos that's going on right now. But I don't want to I'm not Vosh, so I'm not going to just be like you know, all the shit that's going down. I know people dig that from him. I don't have the charisma to vamp like Vosh does without making people all depressed. Coming down out of the mountain. I like that. I like that a lot. You could find some news clips or nonsense content to react to just while you're waiting. It's possible. I guess I could prep something. I could prep stuff, you know, because I don't have anything prepped currently. I killed it. Was like, oh, Vosh. No, I get it. I get that. I do. Exactly. Sometimes it's just like, sometimes even I have to be like, sometimes I find him funny on occasion, but, you know, I take him small doses. Got to get a believer. Some big believer.
Earl just chimed up in chat. Says he's got something.
Earl may have something. You know, I do. There are. I mean, I didn't have him prepped for today, but I do have some older videos that when we're in these dead spaces, I could probably pull up and we could do like a quick review of. Oh, I will say this. I did find it hilarious. Earl sent me a video. 5 hot takes on Satanism. Intriguing. That's kind of interesting. I did hear that Jim Bob, Rimslob, Slim Knob, that whatever. But I did hear that Jim Bob got his streaming, his live streaming privileges taken away by YouTube. He since had them returned because he showed a weapon on stream. And then he did like this crybaby, give me money because I don't know what I'm going to do without my ability to stream little video before he got it back. Like he didn't even wait. So I think it was a few hours, like same day, but he was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, this is my livelihood. That's why I'm universally certified in HVAC. You know, I can always fall back on that. People need their ACs repaired and their heating systems repaired. So, but I'd say always have a backup plan. But and then he got it back and he was like, "Yay!" They took the boot off my neck. You violated TOS, douchebag. You know, what are you gonna do? You violated TOS. Somebody reported it. Whatever. I just thought it was hilarious. Just like I think it's funny because it goes to show what he's all about. It's just further evidence of what he's about. So
what you're describing about your career path is you moved from dealing with people with a lot of hot air to moving to people with a lot of hot air.
Yeah.
No irony at all.
None whatsoever. Completely unironic.
Yep.
Let me see. 5 hot takes on Satanism.
Now, are we talking in terms of the actual secular Satanic Temple per se, or are we talking about another?
Well, let me check this out. Obviously a goth chick. But it's something to look at, so let me do this.
You had me at goth chick and something to look at.
As far as a video goes, let me make sure I've got my audio set. Let's do full screen. And let's see what she's got to say. What is this? The Antibot?
Oh, wait, that's genetically modified skeptic's wife.
Oh, it is. Okay. That's Taylor. The Taylor. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yep. I recognize that.
So these are my 5 hot takes as an online Satanist. And this video was actually inspired by my friend Promise over at Eve Was Framed. She actually did this type of video, but as an atheist. Number 1, true Satanists aren't just those who follow the teachings of Anton LaVey. 2, Satanism as an umbrella term encompasses atheistic, non-theistic, and theistic perspectives, and real Satanists aren't just those who are atheists. And being a Satanist doesn't just mean that you're like an edgy atheist who wants to like piss off religious folks.
I don't have a problem with anything so far.
It's the no true Satanist fallacy. Yep.
So let's see what the rest of it says, because that's only about halfway. So
Number 3, if you're an atheistic
let me double check this.
inspired by
Let's
all
go.
right, so these are my 5 hot takes as an online Satanist, and this video was actually inspired by my friend Promise over at Eve Was Framed.
I'm familiar with Promise and Eve Was Framed. I think they do. I think they have some decent discussions over there.
She actually did this type of video, but as an atheist. Number 1,
Okay.
true Satanists aren't just those who follow the teachings of Anton LaVey.
True. I would agree with that. There are different distinctions as to Satanism. So I agree with that. So I agree with that sentiment.
2, Satanism as an umbrella term encompasses atheistic, non-theistic, and theistic perspectives, and real Satanists aren't just those who are atheists. And being a Satanist doesn't just mean that you're like an edgy atheist who wants to like piss off religious folks. Number
True. And though sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. True. It's a wide, it's very diverse. I agree with this. See no problem here. No problem. No problems what yet.
3, if you're an atheistic or non-theistic Satanist, it is not an insult to be confused for a theistic Satanist. Theistic Satanism is just as valid a spiritual path, and it's not like cringy or weird to believe in Satan as a deity. And
very subjective. It's a subjective take. I mean, it's subjective. I
think we've got ourselves a big question we're going to have to ask ourselves here, which is what are the essential properties at this point? Because we're going to run into a very problematic linguistic place. We're actually dangerously there right now.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. That's why I just say it's a subjective take. I mean, it's her hot take. If that's her take, that's her take.
She's correct. It's a very hot take. I'm about to light it up.
Right. So
number 4, as Promise mentioned in her video, progressive Christians often make better allies to Satanists than atheists or even other Satanists do.
that can be true in respect to like agreed upon common goals. So like if the subject at hand is like secularism, ensuring separation of church and state, and that laws are influenced, that religious influence is taken out of laws, like the avoidance of Christian nationalism. I agree with that. Yeah, they can be. I think there's more. I think there's a driving force that's equivalent as far as like where they're coming from, as far as like spirituality and like higher the belief in higher concepts. I can see that. I can view that. I don't think it's like they can be better allies depending upon the atheist, but that doesn't attract for all atheists. But I can sort of agree with that to a degree. I think it could be nuanced out a little bit better, but still nothing deeply problematic.
I might mildly question the conflict with theistic Satanists, whatever that's supposed to actually fully encompass. So there's a question about what motivations they may have. I'm not familiar, but it's an open question now as to whether or not that actually interferes on that separation, church state, for instance. I don't know implicitly what that overlap might look like.
Satanic nationalism.
Well, there's what could be, There's a question about what is now, like what's represented. I don't know what's represented now. It's an open door, right?
Right.
There's
Yeah.
There's a question about where we are now, which is maybe start with the now before you worry about the what could be. I'm wondering if there's an aspect of now that would run afoul of that. So food for thought in the back of our mind.
Yeah. Philo, I would say progressive Christians do exist. I consider like Tallarico, I think it's James Tallarico, and down in Texas is definitely a progressive Christian. He does advocate for separation of church and state. He does advocate for keeping religion out of politics. He's staunchly against Christian nationalism. He sees it as profoundly harmful. So I would say Tallarico is what you would call a progressive Christian. You know, he's deeply faithful like a devout believer. You know, like in his personal life depends very heavily on his faith, but I think he makes an honest effort to not allow that to translate to his role in politics. And we need more people like that. So I would say if you wanted an example of a progressive Christian, Tallarico, I say look no further than Tallarico. So I agree. Opal Guy says Tallarico won't shut up about Jesus, so I don't trust him. I don't dig as much. I really don't. I don't like how much weight he puts on that. I don't agree with that, but I am for his like separation, his like staunchly separation of church and state, First Amendment, separate. You know, the clauses are there for a reason. So I'm definitely for that. I'm not in Texas, so I can't vote for him. If I was to vote for one of the two, I think I would actually probably vote for Tallarico over Crockett. I think Crockett, both of them are solid choices, but I think Crockett is a bit more. What would we call that? She's not as even keeled as Tallarico is. And I think we need more even keeled, focusing on the issues at hand. And I know that there's a strength to being able to, like, you know, swing as hard as your opponent does, which Crockett does very, very well. I just don't think it's the way we need to go right now. But that's just like I said, it's my subjective opinion. Oh, I saw Earl in there. I saw Earl on the stage. Dang.
I think we're a few seconds short from finishing the clip, by the way.
We are.
We almost made it to the end of a short.
No, let me get to the end of the short. Earl, hang on a sec.
And number 5, this is probably the most controversial take, and it's probably going to make some of the Satanists in my audience upset. But you can be a Christian and a Satanist at the same time.
I'm okay. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let her finish what she's saying.
I think that you can be inspired by the teachings of Jesus and be inspired by the symbol of Lucifer as a rebel. And Satanism, it doesn't require you to be anti-Christianity.
There's a nice landmine. Yeah. So now we get the idea is like whether or not Satan was the bad guy or not. Whether or not that implies any separation of church and state. Like, once again, I think we're out of essential properties here.
Yeah,
we're burning essential properties.
Let me bring up Earl, because Earl had her own thoughts on this, and I want to be able to express them.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. The first two, I was like, okay, all right, okay. Like,
yeah, I could see.
Talk,
yeah,
whatever. Like, right. Yeah.
Okay, well, you have your opinion. I was like, okay, that's an opinion. You
right. Yeah. And then she got to number 3, and I was like, oh hell no. Like,
I still think. Well, I recognize what you're saying when you said in your comment about like spirit, like spiritual being. It's just effectively a nonsense term. It's just whatever. Mm-hmm. I agree with that. That spiritualism is just like emotions. Like, it's very spiritual for me. It's just fucking profoundly emotional. That's all it is. I get that. But I also see it from the angle that she's talking about. So I kind of like,
see, I don't get it, because like she's still, she's advocating for believing in made up bullshit. I mean, believing in Satan is just as it's two sides of the same coin. It's just as bad as believing in a magical Sky Fairy. Like it's.
I think someone could come along, and I think someone could make the argument that she's obviously not making an anti-theist. She's not an anti-theist position. I don't think she is an anti-theist. So I think
and Drew isn't either.
Right.
He's very much not. Yeah.
I don't consider myself a total anti-theist in the most extreme sense of the word, but there are some aspects that I am kind of. I think if the information is going to be passed, it needs to be done intellectually honestly, with intellectual honesty. It should not be passed as though it's like fucking gospel truth. Like this is what is true about reality. Fuck off with that bullshit. So that's just me. Maybe that makes me an anti-theist, maybe not, but I'm not saying it should be censored or destroyed because it's a part of our history. People should know about it, but we need to teach it with intellectual honesty so that we don't have people thinking that evolution means a dog came from a cow. Shit like that. We need to teach it correctly.
Yeah, I had a real problem with her calling it a valid spiritual path. Like there is no such thing, and I don't think it's helpful, and it really confuses me because it just makes her look like such a hypocrite.
Could it be because it's valid in the sense that it can have utility for someone's life, like positive utility?
Sure. I mean, delusion can definitely have lots of positive utility. I mean,
I see what you're saying. Definitely. I recognize the utility it can have for someone to they need that last rung of the ladder to grab onto before they drown. I get the positive utility. It keeps people from self-destructing and maybe gives people hope when they see nothing else. It keeps them putting one foot in front of the other. Right. So be it. But I'm also
but hope in something that's obviously false. I don't
ultimately, it ultimately will let them down. It will in the end. And we need to be able to teach people to do these things without irrational notions. I don't think that we as a species are there yet.
I really think that this is a case because her, I don't know if you know a lot about her, but her family were missionaries and she lived most of her life abroad, like in Papua New Guinea and shit. So she's lived all over the world and her parents were like super, I mean, both her and Drew come from a very conservative evangelical background. And I honestly think that I think that she is desperately trying to find a justification for her, honestly, her whole aesthetic. I think that she's so, because she's modified her body.
That's a hot take.
Yeah, this is a very hot take.
Hot take. Hot takes exactly. All around.
But I mean, as somebody who was, did witchcraft and other shit. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my computer did something weird. That I used that to and all it did was exacerbate OCD symptoms and put a Band-Aid on essentially, childhood trauma and other shit. I don't think that putting Satan in place of God, because that's essentially what she's doing, because she likes the aesthetic. I really think that that's what this is. She just gets to wear black and show cleavage now, but she's doing the same exact behavior she did when she was a Christian. She's still being an evangelical for Satanism.
Hold on. I'm a little gray on this one. She tried to describe different, ways one could be Satanist. I'm not familiar with hers, whether or not she's actually a believer.
She is.
So she does believe there is a God, but she has a different belief with regards to the role.
She doesn't believe in. Well, she doesn't. She's not a Christian anymore, but
she believes that God exists, though.
I don't. I think that. She's being a theistic Satanist apologist right now, in that short.
Well, no, she may be opening a door, but I'm wondering about what her personal beliefs are, because those could be two different things. Like what she's opening the door,
but it doesn't matter.
Versus where this might matter.
Why?
That's the thing. Knowing where she sits is important. So the question is, this is sort of like saying a Christian might exclude her, right? but she's opening the door for even Christians to belong with her. It's like that could be a way of a person trying to create a bridge backwards where you're excluding me, but I found a way to allow you back in if you want to have a sense of belonging.
Yeah, she's offering charity to Christians who give her absolutely none. I mean, she's advocating for Satanism, which has all the problems of Christianity, plus the fact that you get to be a social leper by pronouncing yourself as one.
Yeah, so you are certain that her position.
I know that she's a Satanist. I mean, she's just
which kind? We've just totally destroyed the waters here, categorically.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one she is.
Well,
she thinks they're both valid.
No,
she made that clear.
I know. That's the thing. It's like why you're opening the door that wide, maybe separate from which one of those multitude are allowed in the door now. So the motivation is going to be the question.
Well, she's saying that both of them are, though.
No, I get that. I'm attacking what the potential motivation could be. If, for instance, she's not a theistic, where she's the secular non-believer, it's opening a door to try to allow other people to feel included with her.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I mean that's obviously what she's trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like trying to have your cake and eat it too. It's like saying I want separation, but I'm also.
That's what I've been saying. It makes her kind of a hypocrite. It's and I honestly think that it's just because she needs to try to justify her body modifications to her friends, family, and followers in her mind. She doesn't need to in actuality because she's a grown woman. She can wear what she wants and do what she wants with her body.
I'm wondering if it's more of letting other people who would have excluded her to let themselves back in. The reverse case.
Sorry, the dog was barking. Say that again.
Oh yeah, my dog's barking. 1 second.
Your dogs are probably barking at each other.
I think they're barking at my wife, who is probably just pulled up. Give me 1 sec.
I got great ears. They probably heard Earl's dogs too.
No, mine's taking a nap.
Oh, okay.
Feel free to vamp. I will be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, it's just there's a potential there as to whether or not it's where if she's feeling exclusion from her circle, this is a way of her inviting them back in, even though she may disagree with them.
Yeah, I mean,
and they may disagree with her, but she's like opening the door that way for her own sake, just for that.
Well, it doesn't seem like she doesn't seem to disagree with theistic Satanists. She said that they were valid. So,
and Christians are valid.
And so Christians are valid. Yeah.
I don't know what Satanist means anymore.
Right. Exactly. It's created this nonsense land where she gets to just sort of like everybody. I mean, this is very Pollyanna is what it is. It's very Pollyanna. It's very rose tinted glasses and like, can't we all just get along and sing Kumbaya? You know, it's just, like
I'm sensing
it's no, thank you. I don't want anything to do with people that literally like don't exist in reality. Like I've had enough of that shit with the Trump administration.
Well, it's
which is a point that I mentioned. Like that's how, believing in things that aren't real is how we got into the current administrative pickle that we're in right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering as to whether or not it's, like I said, more of the social utility she's hoping for in terms of how this will reflect on her interactions in her personal life, more than any meaningful distinction.
Yeah.
So it's like saying, even though can't we all agree, even though we violently disagree,
right?
In literally every which way.
Yeah.
Because those are a multitude of diametrically opposed. Not all diametrically, because there's a multitude of them now. Because she's included like more than two just groups at this point.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And a group of people who have been, I mean, the satanic panic much, like they've literally like locked people up and like done horrific things to, in fear of Satanism. And I get that she's got this like, let's just normalize it, but I don't understand why it needs to be normalized. I mean, I'm a member of the Satanic Temple just because of their advocism. I obviously have no ties to Anton LaVey or any of that, the Church of Satan sort of shit. But their political activism is incredible, and I wanted to support that. But I would never call myself a Satanist. Like, that's just weird.
Yeah, this is what happens when we put labels on things, and then those labels start getting fuzzy.
Labels are always fuzzy, and I've never fit into boxes. So it's like,
yeah, they're
a walking, talking.
She really walked over all of them in one.
In
one short. It was
in one short. Yeah, it was like it went from being like okay, like this is sort of not really a hot take, and then she got to number 3, and I was like, oh no, like we're.
Houston, we have achieved liftoff.
Right, exactly.
We have hit Space Cadet.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, I had to fly into the comments, and I think I said something about like, I'm going to give you my opinion, even though you didn't ask for it, because I'm entitled. Damn it, something sarcasm.
Yeah. Linguists can go down, the rabbit hole of wondering where everything breaks down ultimately. Now, I'm not the kind that wants to sit around, burning the whole house down.
Right.
So, but you'd like to think.
Sorry, you have to interrupt. Avatar Stormcrow with another 50 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Avatar. You rock. Very generous of you today. I do appreciate that.
Please.
All of you new channel members out there, please enjoy the custom emojis and the new channel badges. And remember, if you choose to renew, it won't automatically renew you. So if you choose to renew your membership, you can keep that channel badge. And the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands, because I've modeled the channel badges after the expanding mind meme.
Yes.
Because the more you're subscribed here, the more your mind expands. I appreciate that. It's pretty much the whole room. Yeah. Thank you very much, Avatar. You rock. Very generous. Appreciate that support. Darren Delaney, all I got was a potato. Potatoes are good. Cut that sucker in half. You can eat half. You can plant the other one. Make more potatoes. Good stuff.
Now careful on that brain.
I'm a good German woman. Potatoes are a whole food group.
Yeah.
Oh, Avatar! I thought I could slip it in while he was away. That's what my ex used to say.
That doesn't sound like cheating at all.
I killed mine, allegedly.
Yeah. Now about mine, our brain's expanding. Watch out, okay? Because encephalitis kills.
Right.
Very true.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I just need to say, that was my wife. I needed help bring in the groceries.
Good man.
We're doing our monthly grocery buy from the local Piggly Wiggly. We don't have a Piggly. We don't have it. It's not Piggly Wiggly. It's technically a United. I think we have a United and an Aldi, but we do a monthly run where we grab everything, and because it's so far out of the way.
You're way out in the sticks. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
it's like when we got, I was like, we're so far from everything. It's like 45 minutes if I just want to get Wendy's. I don't want to drive 45 minutes to get a Wendy's. So
I've got a Teeter and a Wendy's literally across the street from me. I've got everything I need within a 5-minute drive or a 5-minute walk.
The big thing here is like all throughout, like pretty much this area of Oklahoma, the big thing is Sonic. Like that's like that's how you know you've arrived in Oklahoma, is that your town has a Sonic. So a Sonic and a QT is pretty much what it is, because QT started in Oklahoma, So
gotcha.
Yeah, so
I'm a city girl. I've always been a city girl. Bright lights, lots of noise. I like it.
I had to boot the other guy. I don't know why. I know that you probably saw him in the chat. That was Billy, otherwise known as Lols, otherwise is whatever. That cat's been following me around like for forever.
Oh, you got a stalker too? Fun.
Yeah, it's creepy. It's just at this point it's creepy. At first it was not. At first it was like,
welcome to my world.
You're not. At first it's novel, and then it became annoying, and now at this point it's creepy, because my position was made very clear over on Taco Stream regarding him, and that it creeps me out. It's getting gross at this point.
Yeah.
And it's always like, oh, you refuse to engage with me, so you must be scared of me. I'm not. Like I told you before, dude, the only thing The only thing that I'm scared, the only thing scary about you is that yeasty smell coming out of your underwear. So I'm not concerned whatsoever. But the fact that you keep following me around everywhere, and now you're trying to jump in my streams as well, when I've made my position very clear about you that I want nothing to do with you.
Go take a Monistat and fuck all the way off.
You creep me the fuck out. So it's like, you're a creepy person. I don't want to be around you. And you can't. I realize you can click on the link. I got no problem with that. But then you're like, bring me up on stage. I want to talk about consciousness, dude. You can't talk about fucking Legos without getting something wrong. So no, I'm not interested. Not to mention, you're fucking creepy because you're always following me around. Go pester someone else.
Hold on, wait. Was that the same one who was a regular rep on the Clubhouse days?
No, but he was in I don't know about Clubhouse because I was barely on Clubhouse, but he was on politics a lot.
Okay, I think the British guy sounds kind of younger.
He's young. Yeah, he's younger, and he used to go by Lols, LO, like LOLZZZZ.
Okay, there's a guy I remember who also used to go through like a lot of the theory of mind issues, like thought experiments, like Mary's Room and the like. Sound like the guy?
When I was running into him, it was his big thing was either the problem of induction, and
I think it could be
and trying to defend Fodor's not the photo of the people know from YouTube, but another guy, Jerry Fodor's like argument that natural selection is not the mechanism for evolution.
What?
So which is it's Fodor. It was a combination work. It was Fodor and some other guy, some Italian dude, and they took a philosophical approach to like biology, and it's really, really stupid. It's like dumb. It's like really, really dumb shit, and it's been refuted by every professional evolutionary biologist. There's like, you're not looking at you're trying to group like biological things that are cemented in biology that are understood phenomena. You're trying to like refute them using philosophy, which is just stupid. So because these terms as you're applying them don't apply in the same context, so it's like really dumb shit. And he's like, no, they have an argument. Oh, like, get the fuck out of here. So
I wonder if this is the same Billy that used to come on my old channel. He went by Billy Bongs a lot back then. I can't remember, but I think he ended up being having some alt-righty sort of tendencies, I think.
Oh, this guy's just this dude's just ignorant and thinks he knows way more than he does. Kurt, Dr. Kurt engaged with him way more than I did because I just find him insufferable. And after about 20 minutes, Kurt found him as equally as insufferable as I do. Because I told him, I was like, Kurt, you're gonna regret this. I like messaged him, was like, dude, you're gonna regret this. And he was like, well, let me see what he knows. And like 20 minutes later, I can't fucking stand this guy. He's like, exactly. It's what I've been dealing with like 2 fucking years. So I'm done with him, and I don't want this. So I just had to like ban him, so he can't come in. It's the first time I've ever had to ban somebody straight from a stage. Just I don't know why he would come up here. Like I don't know why.
Well, because he's got main character syndrome, and apparently like people just don't recognize that they're like this normalization of just meanness and truly psychopathic behavior that I've been seeing just proliferate all over the fucking internet this past year. Like it's honestly, it's about broken my brain.
It's borderline paraphilic, which is what creeps me out the most about it. It's like, what the shit, guys? It's like, are you? It's like you gotta. I can't shake the feeling like they're just sitting in their chair with like this enormous chubby, like this is what I do. Like they're fucking like Will Graham and Hannibal. This is my design.
Right.
Like
exactly.
Get the fuck away from me. It's like,
I mean, I'm a woman on the internet. I've got stalkers and shit all over the place. I've got a whole army of fucking haters that I got canceled 2 years ago. They like to show up and cause a.
That's because they're not subtle like me.
Right. Yeah, because
Oh shit!
I'm
I just told on
I'm not a
myself.
pushover.
You have to be subtle in your stalking. If they know you're stalking, you completely defeated the point.
Right.
You got to be
super,
subtle.
super
You got to be
sneaky.
chill. You have to
Yes.
ingratiate yourself into their life without them knowing it.
Right.
You know, that's how you do it.
Don't
you have to be
give,
really
don't give them
measured.
advice. Don't give them advice.
You got to play the long game. If you go too far, if you go too fast, they're gonna know what you are. So you hold.
They played the long game. That's for damn sure. The one in particular definitely played the long game.
Well, remember,
Don't hide in the bushes. Don't hide in the bushes with
opera.
Don't hide in the bushes with opera glasses when a block away in a telephoto lens will do just fine.
Yeah.
Now, stealth is not a required aspect. It's just beneficial to your long-term continued success.
There you go. See,
Yeah.
don't be self-defeating. Don't be self-defeating.
Right.
Hey, some people like playing.
Limiting my potentials.
They like playing on hard mode.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a real life stalker when I was like 22. I was still in college, and I had a peeping Tom for months.
Ugh.
And then he was running around. I mean, he was harassing a bunch of other women that were in the same apartment complex, and I was the one, of course, that they used as bait. So that because I was the only one that was brave enough to because I wanted to find the fucker, you know. So I was the one that ID'd him. I had to go to court and everything. This man had a girlfriend and 3 kids, and they were in the court with him. I was like, I cannot imagine the embarrassment that woman is feeling right now. I mean, there's no way that I would still be with somebody that was like that. Holy shit.
Gross.
Yeah, super gross. Yeah, I mean, it went on for like 8 months. You know, and I'm 22, like a skinny white bitch in living by myself and terrified all the time. I mean, it was so dumb. Like the first time it happened, I was up. I had gotten done studying or whatever. I was still in dental hygiene school, and I took a shower and I was getting ready for bed and had on my night clothes and something. I was getting something off of the top of my dresser, and I heard this rustling outside. And of course, my naive, like 22 dumb girly brain was like, I bet that's a rabbit. Like, I bet there's woodland creatures. And so I opened the blinds, and there's a pair of eyes staring right back at me. And I screamed bloody fucking murder. I ran into my kitchen. I grabbed both of my biggest knives that I had, and I sat in the hallway and just like had a panic attack. And then went, okay, this is dumb as fuck. And then did the next dumb thing where I called my mother. My mom's like, what the fuck are you doing calling me? Call the cops. What's wrong with you?
What are you doing on Reddit asking for advice? Call the police.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's like a freaking retard. Like, holy shit.
Like
and definitely had a dumb blonde, even though I wasn't a blonde moment. But
something similar happened to me one time when I was younger. I did this. I heard something outside my window when I was living in Texas, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" And I admit, I was not in a place to be like. I was already in a kind of like nervous place because I just got done reading a Stephen King novel, and but I heard something outside my window and was like, "What the fuck is that?" So, and I immediately went and turned on my light, like turned on the main light to the room, and then went to go look out the window. And saw a pair of eyes staring back at me and completely freaked out until I realized they were mine.
Right.
Because I turned the light on and my reflection was staring back at me. And I was like, and then I freaked out, and then I stopped. It was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's something familiar about what I just saw. Hold up. And I went, and you can imagine me. You can imagine me really, really with like with trepidation. Peek under the blind, same fucking eye stare. I was like, God, fucking hell.
Well, this was a very large man, and was I will remember his face and forever. But that first time, I just saw his eyes, and then I flipped out. And then he would come back all the time. And every single time there was actually like a real live like SVU lady that came and like did this whole thing, because he would sit outside of my window and smoke cigarettes, and he would leave his butts by my by the bushes back there. And so she was picking him up and stuff, and like every time that it's like he'd come back, I'd hear him and I'd open the blinds, and then I guess he would like turn and bolt. So I saw him from the back, like I knew what his body type looked like, but I never really saw his face. And they gave me they call it a 6-pack, a lineup of people that they think is, potentially could be the person, but I couldn't pick them out. And so the SVU lady told me to keep my porch light on. And I was like, are you sure about this? Like, she's like, yeah, these guys are brazen. And like, they just get worse over time. This is what I mean. They literally use me as bait, right?
Peeping Tom
they escalate.
Peeping Tom, voyeurism. That level of voyeurism is identified as a major precursor for a lot of extremely antisocial behavior. Right.
Yes.
So
exactly. And so she said that he was not going to stop because he can't. Like, and so he's going to keep doing it because he's going to keep escalating. And so I did as she said, and it wasn't like I'd had it on for a couple of nights or whatever, and then I heard him outside, and I snuck up and looked at the blinds and saw his whole face. And I called her like first thing the very next morning. I said, give me that 6-pack. And she laid it out to me, and I picked him right out and knew what he looked like. I actually, this is kind of twisted. Sometimes I like to give myself little projects to keep my mostly legal research skills up to snuff. And so I went looking for him. This was many years ago, and did some digging through the internet, and actually found the guy, found out what his name was, and where he was now, and saw his Facebook, and he's not married, so that's good.
Trying to make an individual like that, trying to maintain long-term stable relationships, very, very unlikely.
Yeah.
It's
but I was still shocked that I was shocked that he wasn't in jail, to be honest, because
well, not to say that he changed, but likely that he either became more controlled in what he was doing, but it may have been sometimes getting arrested, getting like the book thrown at you for something like that is enough to kind of shake their confidence, and they sometimes they'll stop, or sometimes they'll just like go dormant for a time. But it's good that you nailed him before something really, really horrible happened.
Yeah, he was harassing 8 other women in the apartment complex that I was living in, including one of the girlies that worked at the front office, who was a little single girly, a little maybe like a year or two older than me, super sweet, and he was harassing her too. And I made the apartment complex move me to a 3rd floor unit after I caught him. So I didn't have to pay for that, but I actually moved 3 times in the same apartment complex.
Wow.
Because then soon after I met my ex-husband, and then we moved into a bigger unit. So we just moved down the way.
I do want to say, give me 1 second. Where to go? Doombase. Good to see you, Doombase. Sorry, I saw you in earlier. I apologize, but thanks so much for being here, bud. I do appreciate it.
And hey, Dade Murphy's.
Dade Murphy as well. Zero Cool is in the house. Good to see you, Dade. Appreciate you being here. Just for anybody, if anybody wants to know, Hackers is currently free on YouTube. So
really sweet. I love that movie.
It is fun to go back and watch a movie when pretty much everyone thought the internet was magic. I just love that line. It's like, it's got a 28.8 BPS modem. Like, wow. The tech.
I will forever and always be an Angelina Jolie stan. I love them crazy bitches, man. Holy shit. If I were to go lesbian.
A million psychedelic colors. So it's just hilarious. It's hilarious to me. They were talking about Risk architecture, and I just like, I remember those days. Let's see. And I saw, give me 1 sec. I saw Dade and Professor, no, I think it was Professor Hizzle said something. Yes, I know what Billy's issue is. He wasn't allowed to have a Game Boy as a kid. I asked him on tacos one night. Heavy trauma, man. Yeah, that dude's got problems. Okay, that cat's got problems, like big time. Avatar said, Avatar Stormcrow. I remember when there were 3 speeds and 28.8 was the magic one, right? When 28.8 was hot, was the hotness.
Spicy.
Yes, I remember having it, and just like the freaking internet just being like, I have a page. It's fucking amazing.
28.3. Are you kidding? I had like at least 5 before their minimum. I started at 3.
I love old tech.
3, man.
300. Dial up, baby.
That noise is forever lodged in my brain. I can recite it, like I can sing it, like a hymn.
I can whistle a 300 baud carrier.
Oh, and you've got mail.
Oh. I never had AOL.
I had AOL. My mother loved AOL, so we had AOL.
Oh, you're those fancy people who started with the internet. Wow. I was there operating BBS at the end of the 80s.
I also had Encarta.
Oh yeah, I remember Encarta.
Encarta, I remember rocking the Encarta. I was having a nostalgia moment the other day, talking about the old stuff that we had. Hey, Josiel's here. Good to see you, Josiel. Thanks so much for being here, bud. I appreciate it. Remembering shit from my youth, and one of the more inspirational, the big inspirations when I was in school back in California, like elementary school back in California. My school library had a series of books that were available for checking out, called the Crestwood. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I get this right. Called the Crestwood Monster series. And I don't know if anybody remembers these, but I want to do this. Give me 1 second. If anybody remembers these. The orange and black Crestwood Monster series.
No, I was a Goosebumps girly. I had all the Goosebumps books.
So these were printed from 1977 to 1982. And my library at my elementary school had these in stock. And these were amazing. So essentially, they were kind of the retold story. And there were 15 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep, there were 15. And this is the whole set right here. Complete set of the 15 Monster Series books. And so these bad boys, you can see Phantom of the Opera, Invisible Man, Murders in the Rue Morgue, Blob, Frankenstein meets Wolfman, Creature of the Black Lagoon. This right here, these books were my introduction to movie monsters. So they went into print, like the series went into print 3 years before I was born. And of course, went till 82 till I was 2. And so they'd been around for a minute. And then, I found them in the school library, and these were, and I was just looking at these, what they, just because I remember them so much and how influential they were, especially, where's it at? The Deadly Mantis, Creature from the Black Lagoon, and the Wolfman were big. The Blob as well was pretty huge. Had covers that looked like this. So, but I went looking. I was like, I wonder where these are, and like a full set of these things now goes like, there are people out there that have a full set of them and that are not tagged for libraries, because libraries would have like the checkout card and the stamps and shit. But there were people who were selling like full sets. These, they go for something like $5,000 for like the whole set. And so depending upon the condition, but I was suddenly wondering if anybody else remembers these books, because these were huge for me. And I'm like, and apparently they were super popular, librarians talked about how popular they were, but I didn't know if anybody else remembered these things as I do, because
I love that image there with where it says draw TV. I don't know why. I've got a weird thing with funky teeth.
You're a
I guess
Venom
that makes
fan.
sense. I guess that makes sense now that I think about it for like half a second.
So that struck me as something. I love that old school stuff. And this is another thing. Someone brought up highlights as when they were a kid. Someone brought up highlights. I remember highlights, and I remember highlights being available in my doctor's office. So I remember that.
Yeah, my dad had it in his dentist's office. Yeah.
But my my mom got me these. What was it? What were they called? They were where they at? Hold on, I'm just gonna make sure I can find the right one.
I have that the illustrated encyclopedia. That's at I've got that at my parents' house.
That's not it. Where the hell is it? Oh, dang it. I'm not seeing the picture there. I pulled it up for with vintage. No. Yes, there they are. That's them. Childcraft Encyclopedia. Couldn't remember the name of it. And I was remembering these.
That looks familiar.
Yeah. So I had these growing up. Now, there were different editions. This was the edition that I had. So I think this was it was either 80 or 82. It might have been these ones. Yeah, I think it was these ones. So, but these were awesome. So I remember those. I was always wondering if anybody else remembers those from their youth.
Yeah, those definitely look familiar. It's real fuzzy though.
Ranger Rick magazine I did not have, but I did have Boys Life for like the longest time, and I was a big Boys Life collector. So that was the official Boy Scouts magazine. So the monthly Boy Scout magazine. I had a lot of Boys Life. I don't know what happened to them, but I had a lot of them. So obviously I was in Scouts for 10 years, so I had a shit ton of them. Avatar says, I definitely remember those Childcraft books. I think there was a commercial on TV I saw as a kid too. So I don't remember like why my mom got them, but or that she got them or my grandmother got them or something like this. But I remember having those for like the long time. And I think my mom still has them. We also had the Encyclopedia Britannica. We had the Books of the World. That's where I got a lot of my early reading in. Introduced me to Shakespeare and a number of other things. So, but loved the Encyclopedia Britannica set that she got, leather bound, sexy looking. Use that for all the school work. So.
Yeah, I had the Burgundy set. I think it was circa maybe 63 or so.
Nice.
I can't remember which year. Yeah, I had the OGs. That's where you could look up how to make, basically Little Boy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I grew up, in the age of the Anarchist Cookbook and learning how to make atomic weapons. Like this things kids clearly need to know.
Josiel brings up, I miss the Game Informer magazine. Yes, I miss Game Informer magazine as well. And having worked for GameStop EB Games for the years that I did, because I was a subscriber to Game Informer for a while. I always had my GameStop card, that you got the discount with. And so and I was really good at selling them too when I used to work, and I worked there a long time ago. But I miss Game Informer before it went all digital, and now it's just a waste. So so much nostalgia. It's wearing me out. All right. So we're currently at Avatar. Yeah, I worked for GameStop, and then I worked for EB, and then I worked for GameStop again. And I was working with GameStop through the merger when GameStop bought out EB's debt and basically took over the company. When they merged, when they basically bought them and then started converting all the EBs into GameStops. But I worked for GameStop for a long time. I made my way up to store manager, and that's pretty much when they pulled back the curtain. You see how shitty the company actually is, as far as treating their employees and shit like that. So just really, really terrible. I remember one of the worst things was when I was the manager, and the federal government increased the minimum wage, the federal minimum wage, by $2. It went from $5.25, I think $5.25 to $7.25. And when they did that, they at the time when that was going to be instituted, when the federal minimum wage was increasing, it fell, I believe, after when GameStop was set to do their annual reviews to get everybody their annual raise, and so GameStop corporate rescheduled those to fall in line with the minimum raise. I think it was the minimum wage increase was going to happen, and then shortly after that, it was like a month and a half after that, we were going to do the annual reviews. GameStop bumped it forward to just before, so that everybody's raises got rolled into the federal increase. So technically, none of our hourly employees got a raise that year, because they automatically just got bumped up to the federal minimum wage. There was no reflection, no increase in a reflection for and the raises always went from like a nickel, a dime, or a quarter. So, but whatever nickel, dime, or quarter that they were going to get for that year's annual review, that got rolled into the federal minimum wage. So there was a year when GameStop didn't give out any raises, any annual raises for any of its hourly employees. And I had to be, and I was a store manager at the time, so I'm the one who had to break that to them, that you're getting your raise and you got qualified for this, but they're increasing the federal minimum wage and it's going to go to $7.25. And it's $7.25. Is that going to reflect the raise? Like, no, they're rolling it into it. So GameStop is a shit corporation. It's terrible management, and whatever. I mean, I don't know what it's like now because I've been gone out of there for so long, but from what I understand now, it's pretty much just a pawn shop. But nonetheless, terrible shit. Shit like that went on all the time. So it was just bad. Behind the scenes, gross. Better to stay an assistant store manager. I should have just stayed there. Oh, G4, big time. Yeah, we're going down the nostalgia route, but it's 2:00. It seems like a good place. Doesn't look like we're going to get another believer in. But we had a good conversation with Ben, and hopefully we'll get some more on the next one. This was solid. Your guys' the retention rate has been fantastic. Thank you so much to all the super chats and the new members. Like 100 new members, so you guys rule. I appreciate all that support, especially Avatar Stormcrow. Very, very generous. So if you're a brand new member this month, thank Avatar. Avatar killed it, just absolutely killed it. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much, Joe. That means a lot. I did appreciate this one. This was a good one. I think it was solid. This is good. Doing this every week, I think was a good choice.
Yes, it is. We've been asking, we've been begging you to do it for how many years?
To do it more often, right? To have, and I think, and
no, you had to be stubborn. No, you didn't.
I think I was kind of like I needed the kind of kick in the pants to do it, and all it took was someone who claimed to be my friend, then proved that they were not my friend, to give me the impetus to do it, to finally do it, to get off my ass and take control of my content and actually do it. So
Tacos isn't anybody's friend. He is one of those that is he's your friend, and as long as you are useful to him, and the minute that you are not, he will fuck you over. He is a used car salesman. He's greasy, and he's a grifter. He does anything for clicks. And I've known that for a very long time. I don't watch his content. I don't like it.
I'm not a fan of him threatening more people with slander for being on my stage. This is stuff that's come from other people that that's their story to tell, but I'm not a fan of him doing that, and it's kind of aggravating the shit out of me. So he doesn't have any standing.
Not, and you never even said anything that was all that bad. You weren't you were honestly you were the most generous in that whole he crashed out and he embarrassed the shit out of himself, to be honest. But then he blocked me because he's
Yeah, I did as well. Yeah,
he's a big man. He's such a big man. He's big and strong.
Oh, Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Miss his weekly horror show. This is just as much fun. I appreciate that, Cindy. I know I there are days that I miss Week in Horror a lot. Even just doing the work because Week in Horror that podcast kept my week extremely structured. Mm-hmm. So it really did, just like everything, like having to do something I could show you I have them all put up right now, but all my scheduling. Every day of the week was scheduled out, what I needed to work on, the checklists that were all done, what I need to get done for every, at the end of at the end of every month, for every single episode, all of the logistics. I still have all of the assets on my computer. I saved everything. I have all the raw files. So I miss it. I miss the structure it gave me. I do like the freedom of being able to focus more on my own content. I needed that. For my own channel, but I miss getting together with the guys, with Eugene and Johnny O and Alex and Aaron, and just shooting the shit about horror movies as kind of an escape away from the bullshit that was going on. It would be really fucking nice. It really would. This would be a kind of a welcome escape, right now, and we could talk stuff about like how what is it, fucking Scream 7 is like. People are pissed off about that movie, or how the Iron Lung has shown Hollywood that independent media can be awesome, and how Hollywood's trying to shut down Markiplier for proving them wrong. And, there's all kinds of stuff that we could talk about. It's just that the way our lives are right now, it would be tough to kind of pull off. Like I said, when you think about it, it took a pandemic for us to have the opportunity to do Week in Horror, and then trying to maintain it after everything, pretty much after the lockdowns came down and work started becoming available, trying to maintain that kind of became way too problematic, just way too difficult as far as scheduling goes and people's availability. Cause now all of a sudden people are taking jobs again, cause we were all working gigs. So I'm lucky. I'm a writer, so I can do it all from here. But unfortunately, the other guys, their crew, or their director, or their Johnny was working like gaffer gigs and doing a lighting and shit like that. So that's difficult. They have to be on set, and they are typically on set like anywhere from 10 to 15 hours a day. That's really, really tough to manage. So maybe one day, I can tell you this: the production stuff that we have has not stopped. We have more things in the works that are currently being shot that we're working on getting done. And Johnny will have more stuff coming up. I know that he's been really, really busy with stuff that's going on in his life, but we're still working. It's just, we're just not doing the podcast, to speak. A month in horror would be kind of interesting to do. If I could do someone, if I could have someone with me that had the time to dedicate as much as I was doing towards the end of the show, towards the end of Week in Horror, because the logistics are a bitch and they're very, very time consuming. That was pretty much the big thing about it. I wasn't able to do it all myself, as far as all the logistics goes and all the background stuff. So that was just, it was wearing on me. I didn't want to start not liking it. I love doing the show, and I didn't want the level of legit like background stuff to get me to where I wasn't enjoying it anymore, and plus my friend, the guys that I was doing with, they weren't available. So it was just me doing it by myself, and which was just a bummer. And I was kind of like, well, it's just me by myself. I'm doing all the logistics for myself. It's like people didn't want to just hear my opinions. I needed other filmmakers around, and it just got tough. So, I think 5 years was perfect. 5 years of a show was a good place. And that's why I still love it. So, but it's all there. All the episodes are there if you want to go back and listen to them. So, oh, thank you so much, Atomic Punk. I appreciate that. Huge horror nerd. It's what piqued my interest in your channel. Yeah, I'm a big horror fanatic. Big horror junkie is what I am. I
just posted your Discord
thank you.
link in the chat.
I have 4 heroes. Four people in my life I consider my heroes, and 3 of them are horror related. It's Stan Lee, Guillermo del Toro,
Mhm.
John Carpenter,
Mhm.
and Stephen King.
I like this list. Yeah.
Four
Guillermo del
heroes,
Toro
four
is
people deeply influential.
incredible.
And I've met one of them. I met one. I met Stan Lee. So I have yet to meet the other three. I've got to meet Carpenter before I lose the opportunity to do so. I
Mhm.
missed I missed the last chance I had, which was he was down in Texas, and it was the event was like sold out within 10 minutes, and I wasn't
Yep.
able to get in to see it, and I would have done it had I had the opportunity, but it was like, and I just missed it. It's just like, so I hope one day I can. I mean, just to at least tell him how much of an inspiration he's been on my career, on my writing, on my approach to horror. Stephen King as well. So one day I hope so. And then of course Guillermo del Toro. So
well, you know, the one of my tattoos is the tooth fairies from Hellboy.
nice. Very cool.
Yep. On my my right arm. It's when I
Ooh.
saw that movie, I was like, that's it. I saw those little critters and I was like, that's it. Because like every fucking dental hygienist I know has a little like anatomical tattoo like on their wrist, you know, and it's like 2 inches. I was like, oh no, we're gonna go. I'm extra. We gotta go. we gotta go bigger than that.
Nice.
And we gotta go weird. So
Cord Lizard Mage, 8 weeks until I retire from UPS. 34 years of work nearly done. Wow, congratulations. Well done.
bravo.
That's hardcore. You know,
is
there you go,
hardcore.
man.
I haven't worked at the same office for longer than a year in my whole career. Because
I say definitely enjoy your retirement when you get there. You said 8 weeks, 2 months. Enjoy your
Nice.
retirement. Your
Right at
well-earned
springtime.
retirement. Yeah.
Yeah,
Enjoy
right
that
at
well-earned retirement.
springtime. Book you a trip.
Go somewhere sunny. Go somewhere tropical. Go somewhere without an extradition treaty.
I highly
know?
recommend Belize. Highly recommend. I've been all over the Caribbean. I love it and I miss it
Nice.
very much.
Well,
I'm a silver member on Norwegian Cruise Line.
Ooh.
Yeah, I used to have money. I no longer do. But
Now the Norwegians have it. Yours.
Now the Norwegians. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yep.
Well, I think we're at a good spot. Yeah, we're almost 15 minutes past, so I think we're good. So I think this is a solid place. You know, we're going for a little over 4 hours, and we're good to go. So I want to thank everybody. Thank Andrew for being here, Earl for popping in. I appreciate that. Thank you for the conversations. I hope everybody enjoyed it, and I think this was a solid stream. I think this was great. I want to thank everybody for all the super chats that came in, and for all of the new memberships, and of course, anytime that support is as well appreciated. Obviously, I'm going to be doing this more often. This was fantastic, and I think this rocked. Definitely, Joe. I appreciate that, and thank you so much for being here as well. And like I said, this will be the new Sunday thing in case I decide to make it more often during the week, because I think this is pretty solid. So maybe we can get some more to generate some more interest. So we'll get some. So if you are a believer, look for this. It's going to be on Sunday. If this gets really, really popular, I could probably expand it out to do more in the week, but I do still have to make my own content. I think this is pretty solid right now. I can do it on Sunday, use the week to formulate to do my next video, drop that video on Saturday, Sunday, have the live stream. And I think that may work for a schedule from now on. Yeah. So
make sure everybody's liking, sharing, subscribing.
Like, share, subscribe, all that cool stuff.
Like when the stream's going on, like share it around Discord and the places.
And comment. Those comments really, really help. If you dug this, definitely leave a comment in the chat, because that really helps drive it in the algorithm. And use the hype. The hype works as well. It really does. So thank you all so much for everybody. I appreciate that. You guys rule. I think we're good to go. So anything else you guys want to say?
No, it's been great. It's been real.
Good.
Yeah, pleasure as always.
Awesome.
Indeed.
Hey, Robin Webster, caught us right there at the end. Good to see you, Robin. And but appreciate you being here. Thank you all so much. This has been Bridge the Divide. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. See y'all.
Bye.
Ciao.